Okay, well, good morning, fans. Welcome in here to audiosportsonline.com, your home for Brownsburg High School athletics on the World Wide Web. I'm Rob Kendall. Want to thank everybody for joining us today for our first wrestling broadcast of the year, and today we are at Brownsburg High School for the Brownsburg Wrestling Invitational. This should be a very exciting day of wrestling for you. We're going to be kicking off things at about 9 o'clock. And in the meantime, we're going to give you some of the ABCs, the who, what, where, why, whens, and whats. As you can see, the Bulldogs and a host of other schools on the mats getting prepared for today's today's matches, I should say. And Brownsburg will be on mat number 1 on the far side of the varsity fieldhouse here at Brownsburg High School, and they'll be wrestling a bevy of schools here today, including, but not limited to, well, let's go ahead and give you the Brownsburg itinerary for today. Brownsburg will start off on mat 1 against South Putnam. They will, in round 2, take on North Putnam. Round 3, they will play Crawfordsville. And then round 4 and round 5, after a brief intermission, will be determined based on those standings. Let's go ahead and give you the other teams that will be in the field, and we'll be joined by David Houston here in just a little bit. He's a wrestler here at Brownsburg High School. He'll be helping me fill you in on what's going on here today. Our other teams that will be involved in this event do include the Crawfordsville Fishers, going sheet by sheet here. North Putnam. North Putnam. Going sheet by sheet here. It's a bevy of teams on our list as we continue to lay everything out here for you today. Plainfield. South Putnam. And last but certainly not least, George Washington Community High School. So those are your teams that will be participating in today's event. And again, it'll be 5 rounds, 3 rounds to get us into pool play, and then the winners will go at it. Brownsburg will be on the far side. They'll be on one mat as we begin the contest today. And so we'll leave Brownsburg over there, and we're going to bring in our broadcasting colleague here in just a second. If you want to go ahead and throw those headphones on. We're just kind of filling everyone in on what's going on. David Houston, who's a wrestler here at Brownsburg, going to be joining us today. David, how's it going?
It's good. I'm doing good, Rob. Thanks for having me.
It's great. Now, you are a wrestler here at Brownsburg, so we're thankful that Coach has agreed to give you to me for the day so that we at least keep the fans informed of what's going on maneuver-wise, I guess we should say.
Mm-hmm.
Now, explain a little bit how these dual meets work for kind of the folks that might be tuning in for the first time. They're just a little bit different from our regular wrestling meets per se.
Well, it's going to be a little bit different today, Rob. From my understanding, the varsity squad's going to split up from the JV squad, and the JV and the varsity squad from Plainfield, South Putnam, and George Community High School will be facing off today.
Yeah, I was trying to get through the papers there earlier. They were kind of all stuck together, so that's my fault. I know we got North Putt, South Putt, Crawfordsville, Fishers, Plainfield, and one other there that we have left off the list. But,
George Washington.
George Washington, there we go. And it looks like there's going to be a pool play.
Uh-huh.
I was telling the folks, Brownsburg will have 3 rounds, then an intermission, and then we'll, based on basically who does well when, they square off there in the pool play.
Yeah, it looks that way. It's going to be a really exciting day today. A lot of great wrestlers, a lot of great talent. It should be a good match.
Now, you, of course, know the team as a wrestler here at Brownsburg. How's the team been looking so far this year?
Team's looking great this year, actually. We've had 6 seniors this year, actually. 4 returning sophomores, 5 juniors, and 2 new freshmen, actually. So really excited to see how all these new wrestlers will perform today.
Now, for those not familiar, wrestling in high school goes by weight class.
Yes.
And what are some of the different weights as we kind of get everybody familiar with what starts at what? Is it 109? Is that where the
It starts off actually at 106.
106?
And that's the lowest weight class. The next they go in progressive order from 106 to 113, 120, 132, 138, 145, 152, 160, 182, 195, 220, and to round it out at 285.
And one of the, of course, the caveats I suppose you would say of this is oftentimes if you have a lower weight class guy or even a higher weight class guy, you can sometimes win by a forfeit if the other team doesn't have somebody to fulfill that weight class.
Oh, that's absolutely true, and that forfeit can mean a win or a loss in some meets.
Well, both teams, or all the teams, I should say, are starting to clear the mats. We're scheduled to begin at 9 o'clock. We'll see how close they keep it to that 9 o'clock scheduled start. In the meantime, though, we'll keep you filled in here as we begin our Brownsburg Wrestling Invitational today. It's a whole day of wrestling, and we're very pleased that they gave me David today so that he'll be able to keep me in tune with the scores and the scoring systems and mainly you're going to be in charge of keeping law and order here today.
Well, it's my pleasure. I'm just glad I can do it.
So the Bulldogs, as we said, they'll be on the mat in your screen at least for these first 3 rounds. So that's why the camera is stationed over there. They've already had the coaches meeting, and we're just really pleased. This is our first Bulldog broadcast. Obviously, we've broadcast Bulldog football games on Audio Sports Online for 6-7 years now, and basketball for that time as well. But this is our first wrestling event that we've had the privilege of covering, and we want to thank Coach Jason for letting us do that. And now, as we said, the first match will be Brownsburg against South Putnam, and it appears that much like a football coin toss, the captains are on the mat and are. Is this how it works? So just like football, they go through some pregame instructions.
Yeah.
Now
That's exactly how it works. And
there's no like coin toss like there is in.
There will be actually, and they're actually doing that right now. It looks like Brownsburg is choosing if they want red or green, and this is how referees you do a coin toss. They have a big coin, and one side's red, the other side's green, and the home team usually gets the away team usually gets to pick, and they'll decide which weight class they want to start at.
Excellent. So you don't have to start at 106.
Correct, actually, yeah. Most teams choose to do that, but it's not required.
You could say what 130.
132, yeah.
132.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's almost just to over dramatize it. It's almost like in the Ryder Cup on Singles Day in golf, where you can pick your best player you want to go first because you want to try to win that first match.
And that's a fair analogy. Get some momentum going right off the beginning, right off the bat. You can really start the course of the meet in your favor.
Well, both teams have apparently happy with whatever the outcome was, or at least willing to accept whatever that outcome was.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just waiting for the event to begin. I was snuck back there in the hospitality room before the event, and I was told there would be a national anthem. So I assume we'll have that momentarily, and then we'll begin. Well, this is exciting.
Oh, it is.
I have been a fan of professional wrestling for many years, but I've never announced a high school event. And
well, it's a lot different from professional wrestling.
Yes, there's no blatant cheating at least.
No
metal folding chairs.
No punching. No tag team. This is what's called folk style wrestling. It's similar to what is done in the Olympics, and it's a very exciting sport. Not a whole lot of people are aware of it, but it can be a very fast-paced and interesting sport.
Well, you just touched on something interesting. There are 2 types of wrestling, amateur wrestling, and maybe explain the difference on those.
Well, amateur wrestling, it's more of an athletic competition, whereas professional wrestling sometimes is just more of a spectator sport.
Well, no, I was going to say that there's a freestyle and this style, right? Freestyle is different from this
from folk style, yeah.
Right, and both are amateur
absolutely.
wrestling, which you can compete. What's really the difference between the two of them?
Well, freestyle has more throws, and while folk style does have throws, freestyle is a little bit more chaotic, if you will. It's more free.
Right. Now, I really wish we did have a tag team division. I think that would really spice it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think our biggest guy, Zach Rumschlag, would like to tag team with Nick Weaver, our smallest guy.
Well,
that'd be an interesting combination, I think.
They oftentimes do that in the pro wrestling.
Yeah.
So that would be great. Now, this guy that appears to be reffing on the Brownsburg mat, I don't have his name, but I was a wrestler once upon a time in junior high school, and this guy was a ref when I was.
Oh, really?
When I was wrestling.
Wow.
Many years ago.
So it seems like this ref has a lot of experience.
It would appear that he does.
Do you remember him being a fair ref?
Well, I don't remember ever being ejected from any events. So.
Oh, you didn't use any folding chairs?
I didn't, though I wanted to. Now, my coach was Scott Meyer.
Oh, really?
Who is one of your coaches?
Oh,
now.
yeah. Excellent coach.
He was the
experience.
He was the junior high coach.
Wow. So maybe Scott Myers knows this ref, and
I'm sure he probably does. Now, Scott was an excellent Brownsburg wrestler.
Oh, yeah.
In his high school career.
Uh-huh.
And there used to be a large photo of him on the wall in the high school back when where the pool there was the old pool.
Uh-huh.
This gym was not here.
Mm-hmm.
And before that was added on, there was a large photo of him and several other good amateur wrestlers. No longer, as now we have this spacious gymnasium in which we are in. Now we've got 4 events coming up for you before the new year, and let me go ahead and reel those off. What we've got. We've got. Let's see here. We've got. I'm going to pull that up here in just a second. So go ahead and give us a.
Looks like our next meet that we'll be broadcasting will be on December 6th.
That's right.
And that'll be against Avon. Brownsburg-Avon rivalry has gone back many years, and it's really the arch rival for both schools.
Right. Absolutely correct. And I'm going to go ahead and give you the rundown here. At Avon, December 6th. Or I'm sorry, at home against Avon, December 6th. December 11th, we're going to be at home against McCutcheon. And December 15th, we're going to be bringing you the county tournament.
And that's always a big one.
That's an all-dayer, right?
Yep. Oh, yes, absolutely. The best wrestlers from every school will come together and wrestle about all day. It will start about 9 a.m. and might not get done till about 6 or 7.
Wow. So it's going to be even longer than this one.
Oh, likely, yes.
Right. Now, there are individual awards in this as well as team awards, it appears.
Oh, there are.
I saw something on one of the later pages about outstanding wrestler award criteria.
Okay. It'll be interesting to see who performs well today and gets that award.
Because it's interesting, wrestling is, we had used that golf analogy earlier. Wrestling is a little bit like golf from the standpoint of it's
kind of an individual sport.
Well, it is kind of an individual sport, but you are playing as a team, of course. So you do want to do well for your team.
Mm-hmm.
So
almost a track and field meet.
Now there's Mr. Neese. I see him down there. He was a football coach when I was gracing the high school with my presence.
And he's actually the high school weight coach now too.
He's a very strong guy.
Oh, absolutely. He I believe in 1995 he was the 5th strongest man in the world.
I think we're going to rise and have the playing of our national anthem.
Well, that was the playing of the national anthem. Looks like we're going to begin wrestling here in just a few moments. Yeah, but to finish my last thought, Mr. Neese actually has a son on the Brownsburg High School wrestling team, Stone Neese, who will be representing Brownsburg at 170 pounds today. And Stone's had a lot of success in other freestyle and Greco-Roman style wrestling over the summer, and actually went to a national tournament, and from which I've heard that he has done very well for himself. And Johnny Zimmerman also represented Brownsburg on a national level over the summer and also had a lot of success. So we'll see how the skills they learned over the summer will help them today.
Now, for those of you just tuning in, Rob Kendall, along with David Houston. David will be bringing you a lot of the collie action today. And I'll be making sure none of our equipment breaks and that David has plenty of bagels and water. So it looks like we're going to have a first match here, David. And who is this wrestling for?
Well, it looks like we're starting at 132 pounds today.
Okay.
And representing Brownsburg is Savon Canto, a returning varsity letterman who is a sophomore. He placed third last year in county and in conference. And looks like they're getting up. They tie up, break away. Both wrestlers probing each other for weaknesses. Savon gets behind. Looks like he's going to pull him down. Almost pulled to the front. Savon does a throw, gets behind, goes down to far leg, far knee. Savon's having trouble breaking down his opponent.
Since this is the 132 weight class, we've got Marcus Ward wrestling for South Putnam. So for all our South Putnam viewers,
Ward attempts a sit out. Savon Canto defends it. Looks like Ward gets around to Savon's front and is almost trying to reel in a single leg takedown, which would give him two points for a reversal.
And it looks like our score is 2-0. Is that correct?
At this point, yes. And what Ward's trying to do right now is what's called a gupta. And what he will do is try to put his head in between Canto's legs and lift up and twist, which will put Canto on his back. Looks like now at this point he's just trying to pull away, break away to get that one escape point. Right, Canto's not letting him go, though.
So for those of you that are new to the wrestling, Canto got 2 points for the takedown, but if Ward could get away, he would get a point.
Correct.
Oh.
Oh my! Ward gets a reversal. Looks like he's going to get some near fall. Canto's on his back right now.
So he would get 2 for the reversal and 3 for the near fall.
That's correct.
So it would be 5 points.
Looks like Canto's able to get to his stomach. So at this point, Canto is losing 5-2 to Ward.
Okay, so 5-2. And David, if you want to, as if you want to stretch those headphones out a little bit, if you need to see the score, you can feel free to do that at any time. And you come back here and make sure that we're on the. So it is 5-2 after one period.
Correct.
And it's 2-2-1. Is that correct?
2-2-2 actually.
Okay.
So we'll have 6 minutes of wrestling. The first period just ended.
Okay.
Looks like South Putnam got the flip, and they chose to defer. Canto chose bottom. Canto got a quick escape. Oh, gets a takedown. Looks like he might be able to get some near fall here if he can transition well. Canto's on top, trying to break down South Putnam. The score is tied 5-5.
And wrestling is really unlike any other sport. You can literally change the momentum of the match in 1 second.
Oh, absolutely. Looks like Ward snuck behind Kanto. Kanto's fighting to his stomach. So Ward is now up 7-5. Kanto breaks away. 1 point Kanto. Kanto gets a standing double leg. Kanto lets Ward up. Kanto falls to his back. It looks like he's...
And I noticed the referee that time waited until he was on his back before he made the call as to whether that was a takedown or not.
Yeah, correct. Ward didn't have control of his hips, and that's necessary to get the 2 points for a takedown. Ward's collecting near fall at this point. And Kanto's able to get to his stomach. Ref signals 3 points Ward. Looks like Kanto stands up, gets the escape point as the ref signals the end of the period.
Okay, so we are through 2 periods. And our score now, David, would be
9-13 Ward.
9-13. So we'll do this for expediting the process. I'll be the guy that runs down at the end of the quarter and gets you the score. How about that?
Okay. That sounds like a fair
that way you can stay focused on keeping the people informed.
Okay.
Because right now I'm just making it up as I go along.
Kanto's collecting near fall. He has a near side cradle. It's like Ward rolled out of it. Kanto keeps him in. He's having trouble getting Ward to his back. It's like Ward's slipping out. Now if he slips out here, he might be able to get a reversal on Kanto. He's got a single leg in. Kanto's fighting to get behind.
Now the score when the final period began was
13-9.
13-9.
So at this point, I think it is 11-14. Ward.
So with 1:18 to go, he really needs to make a move then. For the Bulldogs.
That's correct, and it looks like he's setting up for a throw.
Oh, he had him. Oh, there he goes.
Kanto gets a hip toss on Ward.
But
looks like if he can just get his back down, he might be able to get a near fall on Ward.
Almost.
He gets a takedown, and then Ward gets the escape, so it should be 13-15. Kanto's still down by 2. A takedown by Kanto could tie this match.
And when the competitors step out of bounds, the clock stops.
That's correct.
So we got 50 seconds left to play.
Kanto's having trouble get the takedown. He needs to get CO right now. He needs to get his hips over Ward, and he will get the 2 points. That's 2 points, tying the match, 15-15. As the ref signals the end of the match.
So what happens in the case of a tie?
In the case of a tie, at the end of the third period, there will be a overtime, and whoever scores first will win the match. So all Kanto or Ward would need would be a takedown to finish the match.
So there are no ties then?
There are no ties, correct. And if in 1 minute, that's how long overtime is, neither wrestler can score, then they'll go to double overtime and then continue on until someone does score.
So it's in a sense a little bit like NFL football, or the old NFL football where first team to score wins.
That's correct. And right now it's going to be a test of endurance, really. Who can really hang on to this? Who's in the best shape? Looks like both wrestlers are huffing and puffing. Let's see who can finish off this match. Canto backs away a little bit. Ward goes for a double. Canto looks to throw. No score here. Canto gets behind, pulls him down. It's 2 points, Canto. Canto wins. In the fourth period, Canto wins. 17-15.
And
that's 3 points, Brownsburg.
3 points for the Bulldogs. So 3-0 Brownsburg. And that's a first quarter win for the Bulldogs.
Looks like Paul Thomas is the next wrestler, 138 pounds, and he'll be wrestling Jacob Camacho. Both wrestlers are seasoned veterans, both very good. Thomas looks for the early takedown. He gets it. Camacho goes to his back. Thomas can't hold on. Escape Camacho. That's 2-1. Thomas. Thomas looks for another takedown. Can't convert. Gets the ankle pick. Hasn't got the takedown yet. Ref signals the takedown. Looks like Thomas is looking for the far side cradle. Will he be able to reel it in? Looks like Camacho is trying to get out of bounds at this point. Thomas is yanking him back in. Lets him go. It's 2 points takedown.
It looks like quickly a bevy of points, as you said, for the Bulldogs.
Oh, absolutely. Paul Thomas is an expert on his feet. He can...
Now, they go in order, right? So the first one was 132, now it's 138.
That's correct.
Okay.
And
now, he gave some sort of signal, the Brownsburg wrestler did, almost like a diamond when he was over the Crawfordsville competitor, or I'm sorry, the South Putnam competitor before they had the restart. What does that signal mean?
Well, Thomas had the option to start on top, and instead of doing that, he chose to start almost in a neutral position.
Okay.
While the South Putnam wrestler would still be down.
Got it. And we do welcome those of you who are just tuning in. Rob Kendall is my name. David Houston bringing you most of the call here today as we're at the Brownsburg Invitational.
And here on mat 4 we have Thomas, who has wrestled 12-1 last year with 7 pins, wrestling Camacho from South Putnam at the 138 weight class. Looks like Camacho's got Thomas in a front headlock. Looks like he's collecting near fall. Looks like Camacho had Thomas choking out. Thomas signals the end of the match. Camacho wins. And that'll be 3-6 South Putnam. Looks like next we have Johnny Simmerman, 145, coming in at 5, weighed in 143 today, and he'll be wrestling against JT Franklin. And Simmerman is a multi-sport athlete. He actually competed in Italy last summer in a international karate tournament, and placed 4th overall. So it should be interesting how he performs today. Both wrestlers come out active, looking for hand fighting. Neither wrestler getting much ground. Simmerman goes for a takedown, switches to a single leg. And he gets the takedown. Simmerman gets the takedown against Franklin.
So we are in the 145 weight class, correct?
That's correct. Simmerman's looking to break down Franklin. He's having difficulty. Oh, he gets him to his stomach, gets him flat. Franklin builds back up. Not much action right now. Simmerman's going to look to... Looks like he's going for... He's just looking for anything. Both wrestlers are looking for anything. Franklin's trying to pull Simmerman over his head. Zimmerman's got a leg in. It converts. Oh, he's not able to get any near fall.
It's really a sport that's a matter of inches. I mean, that's very clear.
Oh, that's absolutely correct. Just the smallest difference can really mean a win or a loss in most matches. Ref signals a stalemate, and the wrestlers come back to the center. Junior John Zimmerman is wrestling junior JT Franklin from South Putnam. We're still in the first period. It looks like the period's winding down. Neither JT nor Johnny are able to score any points at this point.
And I'm actually going to run down and get us a second set of rosters.
Okay.
So you keep up the good work. I'll be right back.
That's Rob Kendall, everyone. He and David Houston, are announcing the match tonight. Against our first dual meet will be against South Putnam and Brownsburg. And we started at the 132-pound weight class, and now we've built up to 145. Franklin starts on top. Zimmerman gets a stand-up, breaking away, sits out. Just trying to make some room between he and South Putnam. Now the wrestler's able to score. Zimmerman gets a sit out. Not able to get anything. Looks like he's trying to flip. Oh, and he gets the reversal. Zimmerman gets the reversal. Looks like he's collecting near fall. Zimmerman manages to stay on top during the roll. Franklin's trying to pull Zimmerman back down, but Zimmerman has legs. And the ref signals 2 points reversal for both wrestlers trying to get control. We've Zimmerman on top, wrestling for Brownsburg in the silver. That's 2 points reversal Zimmerman. And we have JT Franklin in the blue, wrestling for South Putnam. Franklin attempts to sit out, but Zimmerman brings him back in. Collects 2 points near fall, it looks like. And both wrestlers will try to just hang on while the time winds down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Period's over. South Putnam chooses to go neutral. Wrestling begins much as it did in the first period. Both wrestlers weary now. And I think that will be an issue today, as all wrestlers will be wrestling at least 4 times. They will get tired towards the end of the day. Both wrestlers almost standing up now. Both Zimmerman and Franklin take a shot. They're working to battle it out. Franklin goes wild. Zimmerman's trying to capitalize on it. Neither wrestler can do anything, and ref signals both wrestlers to come back to the center of the mat. We have Rob joining us back again.
I got a roster. I got a list.
Yeah.
Where are we at? What did I miss?
Zimmerman got a reversal. Franklin got a reversal back, and Zimmerman got another reversal. Right now we're in the third period. Looks like Zimmerman's up by a considerable lead. There's about a minute left. Oh, excuse me, there's about 10 seconds left. Zimmerman trying to get near fall. Wasn't able to capitalize.
We're in the 145.
Oh, Franklin gets a reversal. It almost gets Zimmerman to his back.
And there's Coach Jason really shouting out some encouragement.
This will be Jason Catalier's last season with the high school, actually coaching. Yeah, he's had a lot of success, and assistant coach Snyder will actually be taking over next year.
So he is already anointed a successor.
Yeah, that's correct. Derek Snyder, who coached last year at Mishawaka and had a lot of success there, is now teaching U.S. and world history, if I'm not mistaken, at the high school. And he seems to be adapting well to Brownsburg.
Now, it's got to be hard when you're out there as a wrestler. Now, we've moved on to another weight class, correct?
That's correct. At 152, we're going to be having Joe Waters of South Putnam wrestling C.J. Damler, who's a freshman this year, wrestling for Brownsburg at 152. And C.J. last year, if I'm not mistaken, went 28-2 his 8th grade year, so he's a very skilled wrestler.
Yeah, and as you said, only a freshman. Very impressive.
Oh, yes. Damler gets a single leg. It's a side. He's trying to get back. Ref signals a stalemate. Stands both wrestlers up.
Now, what does a stalemate means?
The ref recognizes that neither wrestler will be able to accomplish anything from the match or from that position, and he stands the wrestlers up. So there is action on the match.
Now he's lost his headgear there.
That's correct. Damler's trying to get control. That's 2 points, Damler. Takedown. Yeah, occasionally the headgear will come off, and the ref will try to stop the match as soon as he can. But if there is action on the mat, then he'll wait till the action dies down a little bit. This is folk style wrestling, and in folk style, high school wrestlers are required to wear headgear to protect their ears from getting the fabled cauliflower ear.
Right, which no one wants.
No.
You end up that
does not look pretty.
No. And however, in freestyle, it is not.
It's not required. A lot of wrestlers still do it because they want to protect themselves.
Right.
Some wrestlers actually feel hindered by wearing headgear and choose not to. Damler trying to stay on top at this point. South Putnam wrestler Joe Waters is trying to back out. Damler's riding high. There's a roll. Damler gets Waters to his back. Looks like the ref's about to start counting off near fall. Damler's able to hang on. That's one.
And he's getting near fall points at this point.
That's correct. A near fall is the ref signaling a near pin. And Damler collects 3 near fall points. He's able to hang on top. Score is 5-1 Damler at the end of the first period. Damler, our freshman wrestler, is wrestling Joe Waters, who's a junior. So Waters likely has much more experience than Damler, but Damler's seems to be a very good wrestler. Very good endurance and strength.
Now, what does the coach say at a timeout like this? What's he giving
He's
him?
probably trying to give Damler some advice, probably to stay when he's riding on top, to slow down a little bit and make sure he stays on and keeps control Waters. Waters, who right now we've taken a break from the wrestling. Daimler looks like he's bleeding from his nose.
They gave me a wrestler. They gave me a wrestler.
Waters just trying to stem the flow of bleeding right now.
And so it's just like any other high school sport.
Yeah, if there's
No
any
blood.
blood, they will
No
stop
blood.
the match. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. They don't want any diseases to transmit from wrestler to wrestler, and
Right.
it can be a pretty personal match. And
So now our next event will be against, I believe it is Avon.
yeah, that's correct. December 6th.
Yeah, so we'll be, which is, I think that's a Thursday, maybe?
It might be.
I think it's a Thursday.
Let me check my calendar real quick here.
Well, you've probably got
Waters
one of those fancy.
has.
Now, you got to love this about David. Most kids today would pull out their iPhone. David has an actual calendar. I like that.
And you're right, that is a Thursday.
Okay.
December 6th against Avon, Brownsburg Avon. Those are two rivals, big rivals. We will be announcing that match. And
Very exciting. Then we've got one on the 11th.
That's correct.
And then I believe one on the 15th, which is the county.
Yep. And that's the big one for the year. Every wrestling team will be preparing for that meet, which will be an all-day tournament. It'll be more of an individual tournament where wrestlers will wrestle off in a bracketed style,
right,
for themselves. But also, at the end of the day, whatever team scores the most points will get the county title.
And that's a Saturday.
I believe so. Yes.
Right. So the match is back on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Daimler's is hanging on to this one, trying to get the near side cradle. Waters is resisting.
Now, both wrestlers have to be out of bounds for the match to be stopped?
That's correct. Their feet do.
Okay. So if one's in and one's out, the match continues.
That's correct. However, if, say, Daimler were able to get near fall on Waters, but Waters' back was out of bounds, Daimler would not be collecting near fall for that. You need to get Waters back in the match. Back in bounds, rather.
Oh, nice. Ooh, almost. That was almost a scoring maneuver there.
Almost, yeah, correct. Daimler breaks down Waters.
Well, for those of you that are just tuning in, Rob Kendall, along with David Houston, bringing you today's Brownsburg Wrestling Invitational. It's our first match of the afternoon, or morning, I should say, as the Bulldogs are taking on South Putnam. And are we winning? I got to admit.
Actually, Brownsburg's down 3-6 at this point.
Well, that's not too bad.
Looks like Daimler's winning at his match, so this could tie up the overall team match if Daimler's able to walk away with the victory.
Well, and we're learning as we go here, and we definitely put the camera on the wrong side of the gym for where the Bulldog mat is. So the next Bulldog meet, although I'd imagine the Avon meet, it'll just be in the center of the gym, so it would be okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unfortunately, we chose the wrong corner to put the camera. Yeah.
But you're working twice as hard.
Oh, Daimler's able to get a reversal. Looks like he might get the pin here.
Now, obviously, this is all very entertaining to me as a spectator. For you as a wrestler, has this been a good match so far? Not just this match, but all the matches.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is actually Brownsburg's first match, and some of the newer wrestlers have been a little bit more inexperienced. Have had some first match of the year type mistakes.
Right.
And I imagine towards
a
couple more weeks of practice, they'll be able to sort through those.
This is actually the first wrestling event of the year for the team?
Oh, that's correct, yes. And Brownsburg as a team has been doing very well overall. Looks like Daimler's about to get the pin here. And ref signals the pin. If I'm not mistaken, 9 points Brownsburg, 6 points South Putnam.
So it is now 9-6.
Correct.
That was the fourth match of the afternoon.
Yep.
Morning.
We started wrestling today at 132-pound weight class, and after 138, 145, and 152, we're moving on to 160. Seth Bronginger will be representing Brownsburg against Jake Wiggs. Bronger, for his red hair, is known as the Big Red on the wrestling team. He is a sophomore, and looks like Wiggs is a junior. So there might be a inequality in experience here, but Bronger seems to be holding his own. Wiggs snacks down Bronger. Bronger is trying to back out. Wiggs is trying to get behind to collect a 2-point takedown. He's trying to throw the airplane. Bronger is resisting, however. Bronger is denying Wiggs any points at this point.
So it is a Bulldog advantage now in the total points.
Yeah, Brownsburg's up is 9-6, and it's a close match. Both teams are wrestling very well.
We're at the 160 match.
Correct.
Which is Devin Griffith.
Oh, actually, Seth Bronginger.
Okay.
Has stepped in for Devin Griffith, who was unable to wrestle today.
All right.
Due to an ingrown hair.
Due to what?
An ingrown hair, actually. It was an infected hair follicle that swelled up and has inhibited Griffith from wrestling today.
I had never heard of that injury before.
It's fairly rare, actually.
It would appear that it would be. This appears to be Jake Wiggs.
Correct.
For the Eagles.
Wrestling against Seth Bronginger, who is a returning letterman for Brownsburg High School.
Now, do the Bulldogs, I assume, have the gray singlets for home and then a purple singlet for the road?
No, Brownsburg actually has only the one singlet.
Okay.
And
now, what if you were to wrestle against a team that has a similar? I guess they figure they're both wrestlers. There's only one guy that you can go after, so it's not like basketball where you could throw the ball to the wrong team.
Well, the home team actually puts on a red ankle band, and the green team puts on a green ankle band.
Right. Okay, so the visitors are green?
It looks that way. It looks like neither wrestler has an ankle band on at this point, yeah.
But
generally, yes.
The referee does have the ankle band on. Or on both wrists.
Correct. Bronger is able to get the escape. 1 point Brownsburg.
And David, if you look down at the computer, you can see yourself. This is what the world is seeing right now. They're hearing you and seeing this. Fairly good crowd for an early Saturday morning.
And I imagine as the day progresses, more and more parents will show up.
Right.
It looks like Wiggs gets the snap down again. Trying to get behind. Bronger's denying him anything. Bronger stands back up. Neither points either wrestler. Bronger looks to take a shot. Wrestlers are hand fighting now. Bronger fakes a shot.
Really a strength battle, it looks like, going on right now.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Each wrestler's trying to wear out his opponent by imposing his will on the other.
Both trying to grab the other's wrists and really get that strength leverage.
Absolutely. Wrestling is a sport of leverage, so whoever can get control of the other person's hands or shoulder is likely to come away with the takedown.
Now, I assume you have a favorite move of some sort, something you like to do?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm a tall, lengthy wrestler. I'm actually unable to wrestle this year because of back injury. But because I'm tall and skinny, I'm able to wrap around my opponents, and my move of choice is the cradle. It's kind of my go-to, my fallback move. Haven't seen anyone pinned in the cradle today. However, I have seen Thomas try to work it in a little bit. Won't forget to Tyler Harlan, who's another tall wrestler. He might be able to come away with a cradle.
Now, we're
Looks like
obviously
Wiggs is bleeding again, so ref stops the match.
we're obviously broadcasting 4 events through the first of the year, or through the end of this year, I should say. How many events are there during the course of an entire season?
I don't have that information with me right now. I would assume about 20. Each wrestler will probably get about 28, 30 matches.
Wow.
And that some tournaments like today, they'll be able to get as many as 4 or 5 matches. So I would say about 15 or 16 meets. Maybe even more. For those of you that do not know, wrestling is mostly a winter sport, but the state tournament will progress even into the fall, or even into the spring, rather. Bronger goes down. The ref's about to start the match again.
And David, you're doing a great job for never having announced before.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You might have a career as a wrestling announcer.
Well, that would be an interesting job. No, Rob, are you a professional announcer?
Well, I own this company that's doing the game, so I moonlight as an announcer, weekends and holidays. But I'm much more comfortable in the role that I'm in now, which is setting the gear up for you and letting you.
Bronger gets a hip toss. Let's turn the match around. Looks like Wiggs is able to get back to his stomach. Bronger's trying to get back behind, get control. Wiggs gets to escape. Wrestlers start neutral.
And it would seem, David, like unlike maybe football or even basketball, where the bigger the school, the more apt you are to be better. Wrestling, because you've only got to get what?
12 wrestlers.
12 wrestlers. If you can get 12 guys in a specific weight class, you can really put together a really good team, even if you're a smaller school.
Oh, absolutely. Some of the actually smaller schools, like Mishawaka, where Coach Snyder's from, it's a relatively small school, and they did very well in the state tournament. Yorktown, it's another powerhouse, also a pretty small school. Ref stops the match. Looks like Bronger might be bleeding at this point. Well, Rob, I'd like to thank you again for having me. I imagine in your line of work you're able to see some pretty exciting sports.
Well, we do everything from rugby to basketball to baseball to football to we've done women's roller derby.
Oh, really?
We've done it all.
I imagine that was pretty exciting.
We've done it all, but I've never actually announced a wrestling match before today. So
well, I look forward to doing this partnership again.
Absolutely.
Later in the season.
Consider yourself hired. You're so hired, you'll never be fired.
Oh, thank you.
So now they're gonna, what do they call that when they lock up there in the standing position? Face off? That's not the correct phrase.
Are you talking about this position right here?
Where they both stand on their side of the mat and they stand up.
That's what's called starting at neutral, or they're just standing.
Okay.
There's not any really.
It's not like hockey where they call it a face off or something like that. Okay.
Both wrestlers trying to get some leverage on the ankle.
Now, see, in the pro wrestling, they'd go to an armbar to a clothesline, but I don't think those guys are going to do that.
It doesn't look that way. It probably won't be running off the ropes much either.
No.
No folding chairs that I'm aware of.
Well, and no managers.
Oh, that's true.
Now there are managers, but they're not involved in the matches like
Well, the coaches will actually shout out some advice to the wrestlers.
right, but they're not going to be slipping a briefcase with a brick in it into the ring.
Oh no.
Now there's a lot of Brownsburg coaches over there. Does it get and they're all appear to be shouting things. That get distracting?
Well, generally I think they all shout about the same thing.
Okay.
But I imagine it can be distracting for wrestlers. When I'm wrestling, to be honest, when I'm in the zone, I can't really hear what's going on, so I just wrestle, and
So
I
they're
don't even
all
know the
just shouting?
coaches are talking.
They're all just shouting for no reason, basically.
Sometimes they are. That's correct.
Let me get a scoring update. Hang on just a second.
As we move to 170 pound weight class, looks like Will Cruz, who is a freshman for South Putnam, will be wrestling Junior Stone Neese. Stone Neese this summer had a lot of success on a national level, wrestling Greco-Roman and freestyle. Let's see how he performs folk style. Neese gets the leg, gets behind, that's 2 points, Neese. Cruz is trying to get Neese's leg to try to pull him around front so he can get the reversal. Looks like Neese isn't giving up anything at this point. Neese has got the leg in. He's trying to work it around. Gets the crossface. Neese maintains control, but just barely. Neese maintains control. Oh, now the ref is signaling an escape by Cruz. Both wrestlers go out of bounds. Ref stops the match. Wrestlers come back to the center. And wrestling begins again. Neese gets his breakdown. It's 2 points, Neese. Neese gets around. Take down Neese. That's 4-1. Neese is up. Neese is able to get. Looks like he might get some near fall here.
Well, I'm even more confused than I was before.
What's that, Rob?
Well, it doesn't appear that they have the scores listed as 40-3 on that other clock, but I know our score is not 40-3.
Yeah, that wouldn't be accurate.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out where they're listing the actual score of the running score of the match.
Well, I think the score is tied 9-9.
Okay, as long as you're keeping track. Now he's starting on the
top position.
The top position on the right. It would be on the right side of the wrestler on the mat. Is there a reason you would start on one side versus another?
Some wrestlers will start on the left side, some will start on the right, and it's just a matter of preference, largely determined by dominance of hand.
So if you're left-handed, you would want to start on the wrestler's right side.
Sometimes, correct. I believe Neese is actually right-handed, and he's probably starting on the opposite side to mess with Cruz's game plan a little bit. Neese got 2 points near fall. Ref signals the end of the match.
Is that because he won on points?
No, not the end of the match. Excuse me, the end of the period.
Okay.
And as we enter the third period, Neese is up, I believe, 7-1, if I'm not mistaken. I apologize for the viewers listening at home. We are unable to see the scorer's booth from where we're located, from our vantage point.
And that's the director's fault. That's my fault. I'll get that fixed for the next meet. Don't worry. This was our first wrestling meet, so it's all a work in progress. Although, like I said, I think for the next meet, it's in the center of the gym, so I don't think we'll have that issue.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and we'll be able to. Today we have 4 meets going on at one time. We've Brownsburg JV actually wrestling on the opposite side of the match, and it looks like Zach Harlan's about to get a pin for Brownsburg. On mat 2.
And he got it. He did.
Yep. His older brother, Tyler Harlan, will be wrestling here in just a minute.
No pins so far.
No pins, that's correct, yeah. Which is almost unusual for a wrestling tournament.
Well, I was going to say, is that fairly unusual to have no pins?
I wouldn't say terribly unusual, but you would expect a pin or two.
Because this is our
when you have wrestlers of equal caliber, it's likely one will win by a narrow margin of points.
I was going to say this is our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th match.
Correct.
Out of 12.
Nice gets the escape. Looks like he's trying to get the takedown now. Nice lets him up. 1 point escape. Cruz for South Putnam. Putnam does a shot. Nice defends, gets behind, gets the takedown. At this point in the match, Nice is very far in front of Cruz on points. Lets Cruz back up to get the takedown. And what Nice is trying to do is trying to get as many points as he can by letting Cruz get the 1 point escape, and Nice gets the 2 point takedown. Nice will be able to pull away on points and maybe even be able to tech fall Cruz. Looks like Cruz gets a reversal, however. The ref signals into the match. Excuse me, we move to the third period.
Now the match on the far side of the gym appears to be complete.
That's right. It looks like George Washington's wrestling against trying to determine what school's blue.
I think that's Crawfordsville.
Crawfordsville. They must have smaller teams, but they're ending their match sooner. They might not have filled all the weight classes. Nice gets behind. It's 2 points Nice. Cruz tries to get a sit out. Ref stops the match. Looks like Cruz is bleeding. We've had an unusual number of wrestlers bleed today. It's unusual. I myself am a bleeder. I just about every match I wrestled in high school, I would get a bloody nose. Just even a little slight bump will set my nose off.
Now I'm
used to the trainer stuffing cauterizing solution on my nose.
I was going to say, it appears they are able to fix these incidents fairly quick.
Uh-huh.
So limited.
Well, the trainers are very skilled in that.
Right.
Looks like both coaches are trying to give some advice to their wrestlers during blood time.
A long day for the student managers as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They wake up early, and we'll have to be working non-stop until the match is over.
Yeah, it's
Nice looks for the rush and gets behind. 2 points Nice. Nice is riding pretty high up. Looks like he's looking for a reverse half. Lets Cruz stand up. Nice gets the takedown. Lets Cruz get the escape. Looks like Nice is having an excellent day on his feet. He's last year his shot wasn't very good, but this year he seems to have worked on it, honed in on it, and seems to be dominating his South Putnam opponent. Looks like the ref stops the match due to a tech fall, which is Nice. Once Nice got 15 points ahead of Cruz, the referee declared no contest, and Nice pulls away. and gets 5 points for his team.
Sort of like winning by the mercy rule in
Like Little League Baseball.
Little League Baseball.
Yeah.
And it'll be Connor Ludwig, it appears, will be wrestling for the Bulldogs.
Yeah. Connor Ludwig at 182 is a 3-time varsity letterer for Brownsburg on the wrestling squad.
Now they've switched referees.
Yeah, occasionally they will do that. Give the referee a break. Because it is a lot of work on the referee. Ludwig gets an early takedown. Looks for a pin.
And it looks like this may be Craig Sargent wrestling for the South Putnam squad.
It may be, yeah. Likely a junior.
Boy, this could be a quick day's work for Ludwig. Now,
Ludwig.
It is. There we go. Boom.
Ludwig gets the pin.
Good job, Bulldogs.
Early in the first period.
And now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to remember when I was in high school, usually a lot of times the most skilled wrestler just happens to be at that 182 position.
Yeah. Occasionally that will be the case. And for Ludwig, who's been wrestling at 182 since he was a sophomore, he's gotten used to the weight class and has been having a lot of success there. Last year, he actually was a semi-state qualifier, wrestled 26-11, and it's a 3-varsity sport, football and rugby, in addition to wrestling. And right now we have Jacob Marsh, who's a senior at 195, wrestling against Tanner Thompson, who's also a senior for South Putnam. Marsh, who is a returning letterman, wrestled 9-3 last year, having a lot of success in his season. Let's see how he does this season.
If you're just joining us, Rob Kendall, along with David Houston at the Brownsburg Wrestling Invitational. David bringing you all the play-by-play of what's happening, doing a great job.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks for having me.
We're glad you're here. Otherwise, it'd just be me making uneducated guesses about what was happening. It's really a fascinating sport.
Oh, absolutely. Very fast-paced match. It's an individual style competition where one wrestler has to rely solely on himself,
right?
Wrestling against another opponent. And collectively, whatever team has the most points at the end of the match.
Which is why I really think they need to consider going to those tag teams.
Give the wrestlers a break a little bit.
Yeah, give you a reason to, have to rely on somebody else.
Maybe the wrestlers should adopt nicknames like the Undertaker.
Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Marsh gets a throw. It lands down on the roll. Looks like neither wrestler has control at this point. Ref signaling near fall for Marsh. Gives 2 takedown points for South Putnam. Two takedown points, or reversal points for Marsh. Doesn't give Marsh any near fall points, however. Marsh will start on top. But South Putnam's able to break away, get an escape point, signaling the end of the period.
Well, this is really quite the happening.
Mm-hmm.
People from all over central Indiana area coming to the event today.
Yeah, right now we have Brownsburg versus South Putnam. And we have 3 other matches. Looks like another match on the far right is closing up. Brownsburg versus North Putnam. Brownsburg versus Plainfield. Brownsburg JV versus Plainfield. And George Washington versus Fishers on mat 2.
And Bulldog looks to be in a little bit of trouble there,
Uh-huh.
trying to pin his arm down.
The ref signals the pin.
Boy, they called it. And really, referees' discretion on matches like that or events like that, when to call it a pin and when not to call it a pin.
Oh, absolutely. And Brownsburg, from my count, is up 20-15. Tyler Harlan is going out against South Putnam's Jacob Williams at the 220-pound weight class. Harlan, who last year had a 20-13 varsity record, placed second in sectionals and was a second semi-state qualifier at 195 pounds last year. And wrestling now at 220, Harlan's put on quite a bit of muscle. Neither Williams nor Harlan's able to get control, both arm battling for leverage.
And oftentimes these higher weight classes, you'll see the matches go faster simply because of the strength of the competitor, oftentimes able to overpower the other.
Sometimes that is the case, especially in the next match, which will be wrestled at 285 pounds. It'll be interesting to see the tempo of the match. Sometimes they will go very quickly, and sometimes the bigger guys will wrestle rather sluggishly. First-year varsity wrestler Zach Rumschlag will be wrestling next against Lane Hacker of South Putnam. Both are juniors. But right now we have Jacob Williams Jr. wrestling against Tyler Harlan, who is a senior. It's two-time varsity letterer for Brownsburg. Harlan fakes a shot, not able to reel anything in. Looks like he's trying to work in the Russian. Not able to get anything. Wrestlers work back to the center of the mat.
And it really looks like in these higher matches, or higher weight matches, as we said, the competitor is really looking for that one big move versus the lower weights where they kind of try to technically surpass the opponent.
Oh, absolutely. As we get heavier and heavier, we'll see a lot of game-ending throws. Tyler Harlan's actually able to get the takedown there from Williams' buckled shot. Referee signals into the period. South Putnam defers. Brownsburg chooses down, it looks like.
Well, and for those of you just tuning in, it is our first match of the day as the Bulldogs and South Putnam locked in a fierce battle here. We're at the 220 weight class.
Oh, absolutely, and it's very close right now. From my count, Brownsburg's only up by 5 points. Harlan's able to get an escape. So in these last two matches will really mean the difference between a win and a loss for both teams, because a win could.
Well, they've still got several after that because we started at 132.
Oh, that's right. I'm forgetting. We'll have 113 and 120.
I don't know whether they have a one. It does not appear that.
Oh yeah, looks like South Putnam does not have a 106 wrestler. So 106 Brownsburg, Nick Weaver will be collecting a forfeit, which is an automatic 6 points for Brownsburg.
What an easy way to pick up some points.
Oh, absolutely.
Now the competitor for South Putnam has pink shoes on. We should note that. Our camera, of course, picking that up.
Yeah, some wrestlers will try to get goofy shoes just to make themselves stand out, or.
Well, you better win.
Oh yeah. If you don't win and you're wearing pink shoes, you look kind of silly.
Right. It's like the baseball player that has the mohawk or something like that. That's well and good if you're coming out on top.
Yep. Referee moves it back to the center of the mat. South Putnam. Williams is backing up. Harlan's trying to get a move in. Williams takes a quick shot. Harlan's able to fight it off. Oh,
Ooh.
Harlan goes down. Looks like Williams has not gotten the takedown yet. Harlan might try to work a quarter Nelson. Oh, Williams is able to pick the leg up. And Harlan's able to get out of bounds.
Now, how long does the wrestling season last until?
The state, this is the first match of the season.
Right.
And the state tournament, if I'm not mistaken, will be in the mid-April.
Okay.
And wrestling fairly continuously in between those periods. Brownsburg will be wrestling every Saturday until then. And with some meets.
You say mid-February?
Mid-April, I believe.
Mid-April, I'm sorry.
Harlan's fighting for hand control. Grabs an ankle. Tries to reel it in. Tries to keep Williams in bound. Both wrestlers fighting. And Harlan gets the takedown. He's got a chicken wing. Let's see what Harlan does with this. He's going for the reverse half. Not able to do anything. Williams is able to build himself back up to his base. Looks like he's attempting a stand-up. Harlan lets him go.
So he would get a point
for the stand-up.
For the stand-up.
That's correct.
Okay, very interesting. Coach Meyer and Coach Jason over there discussing some strategy of some sort, as our viewers can see in the far right corner of your screen.
Harlan's working the knee pick, unable to finish through. Harlan's needing some points. He's forward, forward, forward.
Boy, both guys really going hard for that wrist. Control of each other's wrists.
Oh, absolutely. And the referee just stopped the match there, signaling Williams was backing away, and the referee gave Williams a warning, telling him to continue to wrestle and not try to evade his opponent.
And that appears to be the end of the match. Brownsburg is the winner.
And Harlan pulls through on points. Brownsburg now, if my count is correct, is winning 23-15. Zach Rumpschlag at 285, who's about 6'2", has a 3.9 GPA, will be wrestling.
Wow, 3.9?
Lane Hacker. Oh,
wow,
yeah.
That's amazing. Okay, so he is no dumb cookie.
Nope. I believe he is a high A in AP Calculus as a junior. Hacker, looks like Hacker's about to get the standing cradle. He doesn't get it, but he does get Rumpschlag down. South Putnam gets the points. 2 points takedown.
By my count, we'll have 3 matches left after this one, and there will be a fourth, but will be given via forfeit in the 106.
Correct. Rumpschlag's able to build himself back up to his base. Let's see if he can get an escape here. He's working to stand up. So far unsuccessful.
Always felt like wrestling was a terrible experience for the parents because you got to sit through the whole event to watch your child wrestle for like maybe a minute.
I don't think a lot of parents do feel that way.
Yeah.
Seeing a wrestler in a painful position can really be distraughting for a parent.
Yeah, good point. I didn't even think about that.
as we wind down the first period. Rumschlag's down 2-0. Looks like Williams is trying to.
Uh-oh.
He might get near fall here with this half. He will collect near fall. Rumschlag's trying to get back to his stomach. Rolled into Williams.
Uh-oh. Not
Rumschlag
good.
gets pinned.
So that'll cost the Bulldogs six points.
Correct. Now the match, if my count's correct, Brownsburg is up 23-21 as we lead into the 106-pound weight class. South Putnam will not have a wrestler, so Nick Weaver will collect the forfeit, which is 6 points, bringing Brownsburg up 29-21.
And they're going to bring Nick on the mat, which I'm glad the audience is. Look at how skinny he is.
Oh, he's tiny. I think he weighed in today at 92 pounds, and he will be wrestling at 106 pounds. So it'll be interesting to see how the weight disparity will affect his competition.
92 pounds.
Yep.
So he could gain another 13 pounds and still be underweight.
Still be underweight, yeah. It's hard to think about.
I guarantee he wasn't running with a trash bag on or anything the night before.
Oh, no. Probably ate a steak last night. Right now we have...
hopefully he had 3.
Yeah. He's a very talented wrestler. I think he won... he had a lot of success his 8th grade year. He's actually a freshman, which is not surprising considering his weight. And right now we have Nick Owen, Jr., wrestling Zach Gentry, sophomore, who's a returning letterman. Started last year for Brownsburg. Gentry's trying to work it in. It's interesting to go from a 285-pound weight class to watching 113-pounders wrestle.
Well, and it's very visual when you see the big guys, and then you're all of a sudden into the
smaller guys.
A 92-pound guy.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
From 285 to 92.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about wrestling. People of all body sizes can compete.
Right. That and boxing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Gentry's trying to get control. Doesn't have control yet. He needs to get his right arm wrapped around the opponent. Looks like the ref stands both wrestlers up, declaring a stalemate. And they'll wrestle from neutral position. Gentry takes double leg takedown. Looks like he will get this. Can get around. Owen goes to his stomach. That's 2 points, Brownsburg.
At least early on, Gentry appears to be just a little quicker and a little bit more skilled for the Bulldogs, which is good. Good for Brownsburg.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an excellent wrestler. Oh, Owen attempts a Granby. He does get the reversal. Looks like Gentry was not expecting that. And for the...
What's that called?
A Granby, which is when the wrestler on bottom does sort of a somersault to evade his opponent on top. And it's unexpected, and it can be very quick. And looks like Gentry was not expecting that. Owen chooses down after Gentry defers. Gentry starts on Owen's left side. Owen attempts a sit out. Oh, and he does get it. It's 2 points reversal, Owen. Gentry tries to work behind. It's impeded by Owen. Has it, looks like a cross arm on him. And after this match, we'll move to a 120-pound weight class to finish off the day, or finish off the meet. Excuse me, there will be 3 more meets after this for Brownsburg. I think after the next match, we'll stop for lunch.
Looks like Brownsburg will be wrestling North Putnam next, and then Crawfordsville, and then this pool play will kick in.
Mm-hmm.
We are in Pool A, it appears. So first and second place, Pool A and Pool B, or Pool first and second from each pool will wrestle in what I guess you would deem the semifinal,
Uh-huh.
and then Pool A and Pool B champions will wrestle for the championship.
Owen tries to work in a crossface cradle, unable to reel it in. Gentry tries to hold on here as the period winds down. Owen breaks down Gentry. Looks like there's about 5 seconds left in the period. Gentry fakes the shot, unable to reel it in. Both wrestlers at a collar tie at this point.
Really trying to get that advantage.
Uh-huh. Gentry takes a shot. Owen stops him. He sprawls. Gentry pushes forward. Either wrestler unable to score any points.
Now, could he pick him up and drop him if he'd have shot in there and got his hand under
He
him?
could have, yes. It's difficult to do because to be able to pick up your opponent, you really need to take a very deep shot. And if your opponent is as quick as you are, he'll sprawl before you can get in deep.
Well, the Bulldogs are in some trouble now.
Yeah. Owens gets the takedown. Looks like he's about to collect near fall. Ref's not counting it off anymore.
You know, they always used to say it in pro wrestling. I'm sure it's true in the actual real stuff. Hook a leg.
Oh, absolutely. That's a great way to keep control of your opponent when you're on top. It's true. You can't do anything with, you don't have control of your own legs.
Oh, and there's a pin against the Bulldogs. So that forfeit for Weaver looking very big now as we've got 2 matches left.
Mm-hmm.
And a mere, 2-point lead for the Bulldogs. 29-27.
Yeah, we've Andrew Dishinger wrestling for Brownsburg at 120 against Jacob Lorimer, who's a freshman for South Putnam.
Ooh.
Dishinger went 13-12 last year as a freshman. Was actually a regional qualifier.
Well, Dishinger looks like he's ready to go.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, he looks like he's really seeing red. Didn't exactly see that in the last match.
Yeah.
They call this a collar and elbow tie-up. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, it has been called that. Dishinger gets the ankle, or the knee, excuse me. Ref stops the match. Both wrestler runs back to the center.
Now, how hard is it? Let's say you're a Dishinger and you're wrestling at 120 and you're a pretty good wrestler at 120. You obviously he's only a sophomore, so he's going to continue to grow.
Uh-huh.
How hard is it? Does he even have any desire to maintain that weight, or does he just accept he's going to have to move up and just compete at a higher level as he gets older?
It's different for every wrestler. Some wrestlers do want to stay at that same weight. Like, say, Nick Weaver, who's at 106. I imagine he'll be wrestling 106 for a couple of years.
Right.
Since he's only weighing 190 pounds at this point. Dishinger last year wrestled 113 pounds. So he has gained some weight, not terrible amount of.
Right.
I imagine he will move up 1 or 2 weight classes for his junior year next year. as he continues to get bigger and stronger. Our next wrestler, Austin Arnold, wrestled at his weight, and he's at 120, and he's weighing in at about 126 this year. It's interesting that you brought that up. A lot of wrestlers do have to cut weight to get to the weight class that their coach wants them to be at. Some as much as 20 pounds for some of the heavier guys.
Here we go, looking for the turn. Oh, we got it. That could be it. Oh, he's hanging on there.
Got the double grapevine in.
Double grapevine. And there
That's
you go.
the pin.
Big win, and that should wrap it up for the Bulldogs, regardless of how this last match turns out. 35-27 the score. And so a big win by Dishinger. I feel good because I called that one. I saw red in his eyes.
You're picking on quick.
I saw red in his eyes when he got out there. And it appears as though
Austin Arnold will be representing Brownsburg against
appears like he's going to win via forfeit.
Looks like South Putnam's wrestler didn't make weight today.
Okay, so the Bulldogs win
41-27.
41-27. So Bulldogs are out of the gate 1-0, and now they're going to wrestle North Putnam on this same mat. As you can clearly see, the competitors shaking hands, and boy, David, great start for the Bulldogs. Close match.
And if you start off the day with the win, it's easier to continue your momentum and win that second match, which will be against North Putnam.
Right, and it's going to begin right now, as I understand it.
I believe so, yeah.
Now I'm going to do my job as the producer, director, host, and ask if you want anything from the hospitality room.
What are they serving today?
Well, I think they've got bagels of some sort. I think they've got all sorts of good treats down there.
Bagel sounds fantastic.
Okay, I'll go down there, and if they don't have that, I'll pick out something. I'll take a shot in the dark.
Okay.
All right. So again, the Bulldogs win the first match, 41-27, and we'll keep the camera tuned in here. And as soon as we begin our second match against North Putt, David will have the call the action.
All right. In between matches, there will be a short break for the wrestlers to slow down, wind down, relax. As you can see in your the bottom of the screen, some wrestlers from looks like George Washington and Cascade are already warming up for the next match, excuse me. This year, Brownsburg has a fantastic coaching staff. They've hired a couple of new coaches, including Coach Derek Snyder, who's an assistant varsity coach, in addition to Coach Scott Meyer, under Coach Jason Catalier, who's the head coach for Brownsburg this year. However, it will be Jason Catalier's last season with the Bulldogs. Nick Wisejohn is also an new assistant coach for Brownsburg, and he seems to be fitting in well, helping all the wrestlers. Steele Neese, older brother of Stone Neese, is wrestling for Brownsburg at 170, is also a new assistant coach. And Brownsburg High School wrestlers seem to be adapting well to the new coaching changes. Again, for those that are just now joining us, Brownsburg was able to defeat South Putnam 41-27 in the first match of the day. It looks like, and we're taking a short break before Brownsburg will go up against North Putnam any minute now. Looks like Brownsburg will be wrestling on the same match, on the same mat that they wrestled in the first round. We'll see if Brownsburg will be able to continue their forward momentum and wrestle as they did in their first match. Brownsburg's actually been suffering from some injury this season, including 7 wrestlers that have either been sat out earlier this season or are sitting out now due to injury, including Stone Nice at 170, who's been battling a knee injury. But as you have seen earlier, Stone was able to come away with a pin despite his injury and wrestled very well. Or excuse me, he got a tech fall, beating his opponent by 15 points or more. Let's see how he does in the second round versus North Putnam. Both teams are preparing for the next competition, warming up and relaxing a little bit. So I flip to the North Putnam roster. It looks like they are lacking wrestlers at 160 in the 170-pound weight class. So Stone Nice and Seth Bronner will both receive forfeits for Brownsburg. So those 2 forfeits will mean 6 points apiece. 12 points automatically going to Brownsburg. Could easily tip the tide of the match. For those of you that are just now joining us, Brownsburg in their first round wrestled South Putnam and was able to pull through with a 41-27 victory. And this next match will be beginning any minute now against North Putnam. Brownsburg will be looking to come through with a repeat performance. The announcer has called the beginning of the match, and all the wrestlers seem to be moving off the mat, preparing for competition. Oh, wow. Rob's back with a fantastic looking bagel. Brownsburg will be going up against North Putnam any minute now. Looks like we have a referee change today. Team captains representing Brownsburg and the team captains from representing North Putnam move out to the center of the mat. Shake hands, prepare for the coin toss. And we're just waiting for the beginning of the match, which will begin any minute now. It's unclear what weight we'll be starting at. Looks like Simmerman at 138 is preparing to go into battle, and looks like we might be starting at 138. As I mentioned earlier, the team captain's actually going to get to decide what weight they want to start at. Whoever wins the coin toss does not. They often choose to start at the smallest weight class, which is 106. However, some team captains will decide to start at classes where they know they will have success, which will build some momentum for the rest of the match. You can't see it on your screen right now, but the JV match has already started. Can't tell who's wrestling right now for Brownsburg. The varsity should start just any minute now. Oh, it looks like Paul Thomas at 138 will be starting wrestling. He's just off the right corner of your screen. Paul Thomas, for those that you don't know, he's weighted today at exactly 138 pounds, which is very close for coaches. Last year he wrestled, he was 12-1 on the season, got 7 pins for Brownsburg. His goals for this year, win regionals, win sectionals, go to semi-state, and be a state qualifier. And he's had a lot of success in the past, and I think those goals are easily attainable for this wrestler. He's a good wrestler, preparing for the match. Looks very ready for the match. North Putnam's wrestlers are just statically standing. Don't seem to be as energized as Brownsburg's. We'll see how the level of energy plays out in this match. Those that are just joining us, North Putnam's going up against Brownsburg. In the second round, South Putnam wrestled Brownsburg in the first round, and Brownsburg was able to pull through with a 41-27 victory. Match will be getting any second now. It's unclear why the match hasn't started. On all 3 other matches, the meet has begun. Referees seem to be working with the managers, trying to determine who's going to be wrestling first almost. The ref signals the wrestlers to come out onto the mat. And our first match will be against Paul Thomas, who will be wrestling Colton Williams for North Putnam. Paul Thomas, a junior, wrestled last year and had a lot of success, and actually wrestled 12-1 on the season with 7 pins. Earlier against South Putnam, Thomas was able to get a pin for the Bulldogs. The second round of this tournament will begin any moment now. Looks like we're just waiting for the refs. Both wrestlers seem to be ready. Colton Williams of North Putnam will be wrestling for the Cougars at 138 against Paul Thomas of Brownsburg. Thomas earlier in the season has been battling a knee injury. Doesn't seem to be affecting his performance today. Thomas comes out. Williams comes out. Thomas begins to dance at the center of the mat. And the ref begins the match. Oh, Thomas gets an easy snap down. Unable to get anything. Works in with the over-under. Gets the knee pick. The roll. Oh, Thomas gets it. 2 points, Thomas, takedown. Thomas rolls his opponent. It looks like he's collecting near fall. So you stack. Oh, early first period pin for Thomas. 6 points, Brownsburg. I'm sure head coach Jason Catalier is pleased with Thomas's early first period pin, which puts the Brownsburg up 6, North Putnam 0. Johnny Simmerman Jr. is now beginning wrestling against Devin Atkinson for North Putnam. Both wrestlers come out on fire. Both looking for some leverage. They lock up in a collar tie. Atkinson fakes a shot, unable to pull through. Atkinson battling. Zimmerman breaks away for a moment. Zimmerman takes a shot, pulls up, double leg. Zimmerman gets on top. Atkinson's on his back. Looks like he might get an early period pin to match Thomas's. Atkinson moves to his back, builds up to his base. Zimmerman rolls. Zimmerman gets a crossface. Unable to get near fall. Zimmerman stays on top. Both wrestlers move out of bounds, and the ref stops the match, moves back to the center. Zimmerman will be beginning on top. Starts on Atkinson's right side. Still in the first period. Atkinson attempts a sit-out. Zimmerman stops him. Gets an arm break. Zimmerman locks up the ankle. Puts his head in the shoulder, gets the chicken wing. Be interesting to see what Zimmerman does with this. Zimmerman's working his half. Ref's counting off near fall. And just before the end of the first period, Zimmerman's able to get a pin via half Nelson, putting the Brownsburg up 12, North Putnam 0. Wrestling third for the Brownsburg will be CJ Damler, who's a freshman this year and has had a lot of success so far. In his debut match against South Putnam, was able to pull away with the win. He'll be wrestling North Putnam's Trevor Bingman, also wrestling for 152 for the Cougars. Looks like Bingman's not able to wrestle today. Likely didn't make weight, moved up to the 160-pound weight class. And Seth Bronger will be now wrestling Trevor Bingman. Seth Bronger is a sophomore this year for Brownsburg. Returning letterman. Coming out with a lot more vigor than he had the first match. It's an easy single leg. Able to pull Bingman back in bounds, gets the takedown. Oh my. Loses control for a moment. Bingman gets the single leg. Unable to get the reversal. Bronger stays on top. Works in his half Nelson. Bingman breaks it, stands back up to his base. Both wrestlers unable to get any points. Bronger works in a leg, rides pretty high. Bingman attempts to throw him off, unable to do so.
Doing good, buddy. Keep going.
Bronger gets the near side cradle. That's a pin. Bronger beats Trevor Bingman at the 160-pound weight class. bringing the Bulldogs up to 18 points. North Putnam remains at 0. Looks like Steele Nice will be receiving a forfeit, the 170-pound weight class for Brownsburg. Connor Ludwig will be up next at 182 pounds, wrestling for Brownsburg. He will face North Putnam's Justin Scobie. Oh, excuse me. Scobie will not be wrestling today. Ludwig gets a forfeit, putting Brownsburg up 30-0. Looks like Jake Marsh will also receive the forfeit, putting Brownsburg up 36-0. Tyler Harlan will now face, at the 220-pound weight class, Buck Buchanan, excuse me. This is the first wrestler that North Putnam's had in 3 or 4 weight classes. Harlan goes out strong, works the Russian. Oh, he gets a snap down, works in a half. Early pin for Harlan. Maybe under 20 seconds. Tyler Harlan for Brownsburg gets a snap down to the half Nelson, putting Brownsburg up 42-0. Zach Rumschlag will now wrestle for the Bulldogs against Eric Davis from North Putnam. Davis seems to be a little bit quicker than Rumschlag. Oh, shots bugled. Rumschlag almost gets a takedown. Looks like Davis is working in an airplane, still working in a standing airplane, or a flying airplane, you could say. Looks like he gets the takedown, gets near fall. Rumschlag works to his base. That's 4-0. Davis. Rumschlag still working off his stomach. Davis got a high wing. Looks like he's trying to throw in an ABC. Unable to do anything. Seems to be timid to move to the front. He circles around Rumschlag's head, which looks like he's doing that now. He might be able to hook up an ABC. Rumschlag seems to be backing out of it. Unable to do so. Rumschlag's fighting hard. Davis gives up on it. This is Zach Rumschlag versus Eric Davis at 285. Rumschlag weighed at 240 pounds and 8 ounces. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't have the information to see what Eric Davis weighed in at, but it seems like both wrestlers are well on the 285-pound mark. Rumschlag works up to his base, gets some breathing room. Looks like he's attempting a stand-up. And the ref signals the end of the period. Rumschlag is down 4-0 against Eric Davis from North Putnam. Rumschlag will start on top in the beginning of the second period against North Putnam's Eric Davis at 285. Rumschlag works to get the knee or ankle, breaks him down, moves out of bounds. Ref stops the match. Both wrestlers move back to the center of the mat. After Rumschlag, we'll move to the 106-pound weight class, 113, and then 126, and then we'll finish the match out round 2 at 132 pounds. Ref confers with the scoring booth. And Davis chooses down. Davis attempts to stand up, unable to get the escape point. Rumschlag working to break down Davis. Uh-oh. Davis gets the reversal over Rumschlag. He's now up 6-0 by my count. Rumschlag will likely need a pin to get back in this ball game. I've here joining me, Rob.
You're doing a great job, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Superintendent was there. That's
Oh,
what I was
really?
back there talking to. So, when the superintendent says, "Hey, come over here,"
It's hard to say no.
You say, "Yes, Dr. Snap." Whatever you want.
For those of you that don't know, Dr. Snap's actually a high school wrestler. He used to be a high school wrestler.
Yeah, he's into it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So the boss is here and taking an interest. How are we doing? I got to admit, I was over there talking about very pressing issues with the boss, and
it's great that Dr. Snap came this time against North Putnam. We're up 42-0.
Oh, perfect.
This mark.
So a little bit different than the South Putt match.
Oh, yeah. The South Putt match was very close. This seems to be a easily Brownsburg win. After this match, we'll have 106, 113, 120, 126, and 132 to round out the match. Rumschlag still looking for that decisive finishing blow to Eric Davis of North Putnam. Both wrestlers fighting for hand. Shoulder leverage. And that's the end of the period. As we move into the third period, Rumschlag remains down in points, and we'll start in the down position. Eric Davis gets on top, tries to break down Rumschlag, unable to do so. Looks like Rumschlag will be able to back out and get a stand-up here. Davis doesn't. Oh, Davis gets back behind. Rumschlag's unable to do anything. Rumschlag, who's a very well-balanced high schooler, is actually, in addition to being a wrestler, having a 3.9 GPA, is also in jazz band, the marching band, wind ensemble, and top band.
Wow. A lot of stuff.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect wrestlers to be very musical, but...
No, that's great.
Yeah. It's like Rumschlag up. Davis brings him back down to the mat. Davis remains on top. Rumschlag, by my count, is down 6 points. And he's going to need a finishing blow to pull through over Eric Davis of North Putnam. Looks like Davis is just trying to hang on at this point. Rumschlag unable to get the stand up. Davis lets Rumschlag up. Rumschlag down 5 points. Coach Jason Cavalier. Oh. Eric Davis seemed to have pushed Zach Rumschlag in the face. Ref stops the match for this. Seems to be warning Eric Davis to calm down. Rumschlag goes out. He needs 5 points to win. It looks like he's aiming in for the throw. Let's see how he can do this. Unable to. Eric Davis wins by points. At the end of the third period, Brownsburg remains up 42-3. The Bulldogs must be happy despite that bitter last match.
And we started with the 106 this time?
No, we actually started with the 138-pound weight class.
Okay.
So we're after this, which was the 285-pound weight class, we'll move to 106 right now, and then we'll end with the 132-pound weight class. And this is Nick Weaver moving up against Trey Strazikar. Nick Weaver seems to be in control.
So Nick did not get a forfeit, unlike last time.
Oh, correct, yeah. North Putnam brought out their smallest wrestler. Weaver gets the takedown.
Well, as you said, Weaver weighs, what, 92 pounds?
Something, yeah.
That's
is
skinny.
Yeah. And I imagine Trey Strazikar is close to 106, so Nick Weaver is really wrestling up, and he seems to be holding his own.
Right.
He's doing a very, very good job. Weaver's up 2-0. He's holding North Putnam's Strazikar down. Nick Weaver driving his shoulder into Skazikar's back. Rolls as a Pennsylvania roll. Looks like he's collecting near fall. Unable to. Oh, he gets 2 points near fall. So Weaver's up 2-0. He keeps that strong chicken wing in. Tries to roll the other side. Doesn't seem. Skazikar seems what he's doing and stops it. Well, even if North Putnam pins the next 5 wrestlers from Brownsburg, Brownsburg will still come out on top. Believe it or not. So right now,
it's over.
Yeah.
Little simple math there.
Yeah.
Again, if you are just joining us, Rob Kendall, our play-by-play man for today is David Houston. And David's doing a great job. Brownsburg won the first match of the morning against South Putnam, and they are now in their second match of the day, winning easily thus far against North Putnam. And one more match to come, and that'll be against. Who will that be against?
That'll be against Crawfordsville.
Crawfordsville.
To round out the day, the third round.
And then we'll be into pool play.
Weaver gets a 2-point reversal.
Oh, he's got him down, but he's going to get out of bounds.
Yeah.
What is it called? Out of bounds?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Weaver needs to move.
Nope, he's got him back.
Weaver needs to move Skrazkar's shoulders back in. Collecting near fall. Just
Getting
needs
close.
to lean back a little bit.
I think they got him. Yep.
And that's the pin. 106 Brownsburg's Nick Weaver comes out on top with a third period pin against Trey Skazikar of North Putnam, bringing the Bulldogs up 48-3. Wrestling next, we'll have Zach Gentry at 113 pounds, wrestling Matty Mazur of North Putnam. Looks like Gentry has a considerable height advantage, which can be both advantage and a disadvantage for some wrestlers.
And he didn't waste any time, did he?
Quick first period shot.
Boy, no, he didn't. He got right in there. So that's 2 points for a takedown.
Yep.
And, oh, nope. I thought they were going to stop it, but the feet are still in bounds.
Mazur tries to stand up. Gentry breaks her back down. Both wrestlers trying to get points. Unable to get any moves in.
Now it really, I would guess, becomes a battle of strength for the Bulldog wrestler.
Yeah. It seems Zach Gentry is a little bit quicker. And as with the disadvantage of female wrestlers, they often are out muscled by their male counterparts. Looks like Gentry has a near side cradle. And that's the end of the match.
And he is victorious.
54 Brownsburg to 3 points for North Putnam. And Andrew Dishinger will now wrestle Josh Coulter at 120 pounds.
Well, in this match, flying by compared to our match with the...
Oh, absolutely, against South Putnam.
Right.
South Putnam, there were only 1 or 2 pins in the entire match. Brownsburg's had, by my count, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pins. Or forfeits. Dishinger gets the takedown. Dishinger grabs a chicken wing. Let's go with that. Works in the armbar. Dishinger does a Pennsylvania, and that's a pin. Brownsburg, Andrew Dishinger pulls through over Josh Coulter by pin at the 120-pound weight class.
I think that's his second pin of the day.
I think it is.
I think that was the wrestler that I said had the red in his eyes in the first.
Oh, yeah.
First meet.
Only a sophomore, believe it or not. He's had a lot of success. This is senior Austin Arnold going up against Caleb Winnings of North Putnam. Austin Arnold's a 3-time regional qualifier, 2-time county champ, a 2011 sectional champ. Looks like Caleb Winnings is also a talented wrestler. See how this plays out. Arnold's working the duck under. Gets the takedown, gets behind. That's 2 points, Arnold. Arnold lets Winnings up. It's 2-1 Arnold. Arnold gets the takedown again. It's 4-2 Arnold. Arnold seems to be playing a catch and release game. Getting takedowns, letting the opponent back up, trying to score as many points as he can.
Oh, nice takedown there.
Yeah.
But then he let him go.
Well, that's his game plan at this point. He's trying to. Takedowns are 2 points, and escape is 1 point.
But you'd think he'd go for the pin? Maybe is that a bad thinking on my part? That he had the guy down?
For some wrestlers, that's the best option. But for wrestlers like Austin Arnold, who are experts on the feet, that's another takedown. Arnold, he's going to let him up here in a sec. They're experts on their feet. They don't have to exert too much energy to get the takedown. Whereas they would have to exhaust themselves trying to get the pin.
Very
so a
interesting.
5-point tech fall is almost as good as a 6-point pin.
Very interesting. I honestly freely admit I didn't know that.
Arnold is choosing down. The Cougar Josh Coulter, or excuse me, Caleb
Oh, he got him down.
Getting near fall.
Almost.
Looks like Arnold's going to let North Putnam's wrestler back up.
No, I don't know, David, if I've ever seen a wrestler that just lets the other competitor get up like that.
Well, it usually only happens with people that know they have an extreme advantage on their feet.
Right.
Like Arnold has in this match. If it's more closely even, it's likely wrestlers will try to. If they get on top, they will stay on top, and they will try to get a pin.
Right. So we had a little timeout there.
Yeah, it looks like the ref was trying to clear up some information with the scoring booth.
Well, the Brownsburg wrestler scoring so fast.
Yeah,
probably hard to. You need a
keep track of all that.
A degree in algebra to keep track.
Arnold's dancing around. Much more loose than his North Putnam opponent. Ref brings the wrestlers back to the center of the match. Arnold working in his collar tie. This is Arnold's senior year with the Bulldogs. He's had been a starting varsity since he was a freshman.
Now, he appears to be hobbling. Is that just a tactic he's using, or does he really appear to be, he really appears to be hurt?
I think he's just trying to stay loose at this point. Maybe he is hobbling. That right ankle seems to be hurting.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't appear to have the quickness that he had early on in the match against the competitor.
And I don't know if that's exhaustion or if that's due to ankle pain.
Yeah. I think he may definitely be injured, David.
Yeah.
Well, Coach Jason's got to be very pleased.
Yeah, Arnold's come out pretty strong, scoring a lot of points for the Bulldogs. It's unclear if he'll be able to continue the match with his ankles hurting. As we move into the third period, he would just need to
run out the clock.
Run out the clock, yeah, exactly. He scored enough points to, I think, get a major decision, which is a 4-point win for the Bulldogs. And regardless if he wins or loses this match, the Bulldogs will win. So right now he's wrestling for his personal record, and Arnold will start on top, right side of Dean Kleiber of North Putnam. Kleiber gets a sit out to stand up, gets the escape point. He's very aggressive. Moves forward. Austin Arnold seems to be taking almost a passive role in this match. Kleiber gets the snap down. It's a front headlock. Moves around to the back. It's 2 points takedown for North Putnam.
Well, now he's really got to be careful here, David.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, he's
No
not
matter
been
how
the
many
same.
points you're in front, if you
Right.
get pinned,
Yeah.
it's a pin.
Yeah, he's really really got to be careful here.
Yep.
That's got to be a long 6 minutes when you're in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A close match, wrestlers would be exhausted towards the end. Third period, final period, even the second period, it's often a competition of who has the best endurance, whose conditioning has been the strongest. Arnold attempts a knee pick, unable to reel it in though. Clydebar's got a front headlock. Let's go with it. Both wrestlers battle from collar tie. Clock winds down. Oh, that's a takedown.
And that's the time.
Well, looks like the ref won't call it. Yeah, that's the time. That's third period. End of the third period. Looks like Arnold was pulled through on points despite his ankle injury. As he hobbles off the mat. As we move to the 132-pound weight class, North Putnam's Caleb Winnings will be wrestling Savon Canto of Brownsburg.
Canto won a very close match to begin the contest of the first meet of the morning.
And that's looks like he's much more prepared for this one. Canto, as a freshman, placed third in county and third in conference. Oh, looks like Caleb Winnings gets a Gupta, unable to get the takedown after the Gupta. Outside the match, Canto gets a throw.
Ouch. I think he hit his.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
he might have hit his head on the.
Yeah, he
on
definitely.
The wood.
They were very close there to the out of bounds, David, and he threw the competitor.
I don't know if Canto didn't recognize where he was at.
He
playing
played
very
to the whistle.
Aggressively. Yeah.
Ouch.
My goodness. Hope he's all right. It was a forceful throw. If he would have hit his head on the wood, that might have got a concussion. Canto's trying to stay loose.
Coach Meyer appears to be doing a lot of the coaching this round.
Yep. He's been coaching for a number of years. As you mentioned earlier, he was coaching when you were
back in the Stone Age.
Yeah.
And I think it was in the 80s. He was a very good high school wrestler. I don't want to date the coach. It may have been the early 90s, perhaps. I can't remember which one it was.
And despite his age, he's remained a very active coach. He still wrestles with players during practice, and has very good insight with all of his experience he's accumulated over the years.
He's into it.
Oh, yeah.
He's into it, no doubt. And the injured wrestler for the North Putnam squad is still down.
It's unclear if you'll be able to finish this match.
Yeah, what happens if he can't finish?
Well, if he can't finish, Savon Canto will receive 6 points for injury default. Regardless of the outcome of this match, though, Brownsburg will receive a victory.
Even if it's something like where the opponent gets thrown off the mat like that, that would still be a 6 point.
Yeah. Looks like Canto is trying to comfort.
Well, they may have actually. Looks like the way he's going to go sit down, they may have.
Yeah. Looks like they already called a match.
Yeah, I've not seen an official signal. But yeah, it looks like they may have already called the match.
Well, Brownsburg at this point's up 60-3 against North Putnam, the Cougars.
And did you ever think you'd end up being a wrestling announcer?
Never occurred to me.
But here you are.
Yeah. It's been a lot of fun announcing. Pleasure doing this with you, Rob.
You're doing a great job.
Well, thank you. Well, this is the last match of the round. Round 3, Brownsburg will be facing off against Crawfordsville, who is actually still wrestling on mat 1. Looks like they're just winding down, though.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure exactly what happened. Is the Crawfordsville wrestler, or sorry, the North Putnam wrestler was headed out of bounds, as was Cantu, and he got thrown right as they were hitting that out of bounds mark, and unfortunately, he may have actually just hit either his back or his head on the mat itself.
Both wrestlers came out really very aggressive.
Yeah.
And it's just unfortunate aspect of a physical sport like wrestling, because there are injuries that do occur with throws, and looks like the wrestlers are shaking hands now.
Okay, so that'll do it for today's second round. So Bulldogs win this one. We'll keep the camera on and tuned right there on the mat so that when our next round starts, we'll be there with you. David, you can take a little break, enjoy your bagel, and
All right.
and we'll come back with third round wrestling action. It's the Brownsburg Wrestling Invitational here on Audio Sports Online.
That was good to stand up. Hey, is Austin okay?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I was trying to see. I didn't notice it like when it happened, but I didn't see him.
I didn't see it.
I was worried about his shoulder.
Yeah. His shoulder seemed to be.
I know, and just yesterday, Eric asked, he goes, "Well, where's David been?" And then we started thinking about it. We're like, "Where has David been? Because I haven't seen you." And we haven't been that
All right, well, we welcome everyone back after a bit of a lengthy delay. It took that Crawfordsville South Putnam matchup a while to get over with, but we are just about ready to go for our third and final broadcast of pool play. Rob Kendall along with David Houston. David, 2 wins already for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, we wrestled, the Bulldogs wrestled North and South Putnam, and in both instances came away with wins, and they're looking for a third win against Crawfordsville in this match that's about to start right now. Looks like Johnny Simmerman at 145, will start off the match for the Bulldogs, and he'll be wrestling against Ryan Blanton, I think, of Crawfordsville. And the match should begin just any moment now. We're in the third round of competition. And
yeah, we want to thank our man Steve Pyatt for giving us a little plug there. Hey, and you're getting a little love there too, David. So congratulations to you.
Well, the announcer here, Steve Pyatt, who's announcing here in the gym, is doing a fantastic job. I just want to thank him for all his work. And Zimmerman is about to walk out to the center of the mat. Looks like they're just waiting for a weight confirmation. Zimmerman will be putting on the green band. Or he will not be putting on the green band, excuse me.
Little discussion about the band.
Yeah, usually the home team will be green. I think I mentioned this earlier. The home team will usually be green, and the away team will usually be red. Generally, the wrestlers will put a green band, that if they're on the home team, on their ankle, and the ref, if they score a point, will hold up his right arm, indicating which will have the green armband on it, indicating which wrestler should receive the points.
Well, and we definitely want to thank Athletic Director Greg Hill. Certainly appreciate Greg helping us out, allowing us to come out and do the event. Well, we wouldn't be out here without Greg, so thanks a lot to always for Greg for all his help. All right, David, take it away.
The ref indicates the beginning of the match. Again, Johnny Simmerman wrestling for the Bulldogs at 145 against Crawfordsville Ryan Blanton. Johnny Simmerman, who won his first match against South Putnam, and then received a forfeit against North Putnam. Both wrestlers looking to get an advantage. Haven't really locked up in a collar tie yet. Both probing the opponent for a weakness. Simmer grabs an ankle. He gets the takedown. That's 2 points, Brownsburg. Blaine works up to his base. Simmerman's looking to break it down. Puts his head in his shoulder, drives around front. He might get a half nail. You got a chicken wing. Simmerman lets the chicken wing go. Blaine works for a stand-up. Zimmerman brings him promptly back down to the match. And he runs a half Nelson. Oh, breaks him back down. Zimmerman is ahead 2-0. Zimmerman grabs an ankle, denying Blaine any move, and the ref signals the end of the period. Zimmerman is up 2-0 against Crawfordsville 145-pounder Ryan Blanton. Zimmerman choose bottom. Blend. It's on the left side. Let's get down to the 145 spot. Johnny Zimmerman actually had to lose 20 pounds of his already slender frame to get down to his weight class.
20 pounds?
20 pounds.
Wow.
I don't know if he really kind of pigged out this summer. If he,
That's a lot of weight.
yeah,
That's a
I
lot of
hope
weight.
he's not emaciated. He seems to be wrestling pretty well. Zimmerman's trying to get a sit out. Oh, gets on top. 2 points reversal. He's got Blanton on his back. Refs count on near fall. Zimmerman has a front headlock on Blanton.
That appears
That's
to be
a pin.
I was going to say that appears to be a very uncomfortable position
Oh,
to
absolutely.
be in.
Not only is it painful in the shoulder, it seems that Blanton seems to.
Man, the Bulldogs are just
Shoulder injury.
taking guys out left and
Oh,
right.
yeah, absolutely.
Wow. That's an impressive win.
Yep. Early second period pin by Zimmerman puts the Bulldogs up 6-0. CJ Damler will represent Brownsburg at 152 pounds against Crawfordsville Brett Johnson, who is a junior wrestling against freshman CJ Damler.
Two very long, lanky wrestlers right there.
Absolutely.
It's interesting in wrestling how you can get a guy who is a smaller guy, it would appear, whose joints are, sort of like they're just like a tree, and then, you get these longer, skinny guys,
Uh-huh.
and I guess that's part of the craft of wrestling is, wrestling against the body type of your opponent.
Yep. Yeah, oh, that's absolutely true. And different body types can have different advantages and disadvantages for each wrestler. Daimler's got a single leg looking to reel that in. He's getting behind. He's got the opposite ankle. Doesn't have control yet. Johnson's looking to break away, trying to get out of bounds at this point. That's 2 points, Daimler. Oh, Johnson got a reversal on Daimler. Score is 2-2.
Now, Mom showed up during intermission.
Yeah, she she actually brought me some cough drops. I woke up this morning a little late, and I had a sore throat, and my coach had asked me to announce this game the day before, and I was a little worried I wouldn't be able to do it. So I asked her to bring me some cough drops, but got some water, and sore throat has disappeared.
Now you have a sore throat though because you were being a good student.
Yeah, that's right. I was at the girls' basketball game last night here at the Varsity Fieldhouse against Avon. The JV won in the last few minutes of play, and the varsity won by I think 33 points.
Wow.
So that was a exciting victory for Brownsburg over their arch rival Avon. Daimler gets the takedown. That's the end of the period.
Now was my friend Adam Bertner, was he at the game last night? Do you know Adam? He's a senior.
Yeah, I do know Adam. I did not see him at the game last night.
I'm surprised. I thought he went to like every.
I'm sure he was there. There was a pretty big student section actually for
great
cheering on the girls basketball team. How do you know Adam Bertner?
Adam is a aspiring political person.
I believe he went to Boys State and
he did.
Boys Nation even.
Yeah, he did. I think he got to go meet the president.
Yeah.
So so Adam being the aspiring future politician that he is, well, I'm showing him how not to do it. Now it appears the Bulldog wrestler in control thus far.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the score is 6-4 Daimler, who's wrestling at 152 pounds for Brownsburg. He's beating Crawfordsville, Brett Johnson. Daimler's looking to get a half Nelson. And Johnson builds himself back up to his base. Neither wrestler is able to score. Johnson tries to sit out, but he goes out of bounds. Ref stops the match and comes back to the center. Daimler takes the ankle and breaks his opponent down. It's the end of the period.
Now that means he has the choice because he got green, so he can either
Brownsburg chooses neutral.
He can either choose one or defer, right?
Correct.
You'd think you'd want to defer.
Well, since this is the beginning of the third period.
Oh, it is the third
deferring
period.
Doesn't.
Oh, it's the third. I'm one period off.
Okay.
So yeah, that wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Daimler gives up his takedown attempt. Tries again. Daimler circle around back. Johnson grabs his leg. Neither wrestler has control. Daimler cross faces. Gets on top. That's 2 points Daimler. Seems at this point that Johnson's much more fatigued than Daimler is. Daimler attempts a near side cradle. Can't get it. Johnson's working around front.
It really looks like Daimler's just hanging on here in the lead, so obviously just trying to run that clock down.
Yep. Johnson gets to stand up, brought back down. He switches, gets a reversal. As time expires, Daimler tries to get a stand up. Will he get it before the time runs out? Looks like he didn't get it. Daimler pulls through on points over Crawfordsville, Brett Johnson. Putting Brownsburg up 9-0, which is a good lead for the Bulldogs. Next weight class that will be wrestling will be Nate Mayberry at 160 pounds for Crawfordsville against Brownsburg's varsity Seth Bronger.
So want to build on that momentum. Obviously, two big wins out of the gate.
Absolutely. As the match begins, both wrestlers circle each other. Seth Bronger's goals for the season are to do good.
Those are some good goals.
Yes.
Can't do any better than that.
Bronger's trying to get control. The takedown. The ref giving points. It looks like Bronger got 2 points takedown.
Simple to the point.
Yeah.
Do good.
Yeah. Not much more you can do.
No. You could do great. But yeah, your best.
Well,
bet
I
is-
think that's his goal for the next season.
Well, that's true. You really you don't want to outdo yourself in 1 year.
Yeah. He's got the chicken wing on Mayberry. He loses it. Hangs onto the armbar. He brings it back around his back. Mayberry's in a chicken wing. And Bronger's got Mayberry on his back, able to get 2 near fall points. Bronger's able to maintain control, collecting more near fall points. Kind of a loose half. As time expires, Bronger extends his lead. That's the end of the second period. Wrestlers start neutral. Engage in a collar tie. Oh, Mayberry tries a hip toss. Doesn't get control, but Bronger quickly gets on top, getting a takedown for Bronger. As we near the midway point in the third period, Bronger is extending his lead over Mayberry on points. Back up. Bronger gets a quick breakdown.
Our man Pyatt's rocking the PA.
Oh, absolutely.
He's doing a great job.
Those of you that don't know, Steve Pyatt announces all the Brownsburg High School wrestling meets. Bronger tries to Turk, doesn't get the leg through. Almost has a half, collecting near fall points. Looks like he's working the double grapevine. Got the single in. And that's a pin. Bronger at 160 pounds, Seth Bronger of Brownsburg pins Nate Mayberry of Crawfordsville, putting the Bulldogs up 15-0. If I'm not mistaken, that's Bronger's third win of the day.
He could be in prime position to win that wrestler, what do they call it, the wrestler of the event?
Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and read off the rules for that. If I can find that in my packet.
Oh, they have rules.
They do. Well, the Outstanding Wrestler Award criteria. Number 1, this will be determined by win-loss record on the day. Number 2, total team points scored. And 3, most falls for the day. And number 4, most falls versus each team involved in a tiebreaker. And if that doesn't break it down even enough, a coin flip will determine Outstanding Wrestler of the Day.
So it's not like the MVP award in baseball where the writer just votes for whoever they want. There's actually some rules
yeah,
here.
Exactly. And right now we have Stone Nice wrestling at 170-pound weight against Crawfordsville's Robert Manns. Stone in the gray. Neither wrestler has control right here. Crawfordsville seems to be on top. Crawfordsville got 2-point takedown. That's out of bounds. Wrestlers will join the referee back at the center. Stone gets a stand up, battling for control. He breaks away. Oh.
Whoa!
Wrestlers go off the mat, and onto the wood. Neither wrestler seems to be hurt. Stone was unable to get the escape point, so he will start on bottom. Gets another quick stand up. Unable again to get the escape.
Now he's got all that hair in a skull cap of sorts.
Correct.
As a wrestler, would that weird you out if you're wrestling a guy that's sort of got like all that hair mashed up into one little thing? Do you even notice it, or?
I doubt Mans is noticing it right now, but I imagine it's got to be hot for Nice to have all that hair wrapped up.
Well, that was my point. That was my thought.
Yeah. Mans stays on top. He's riding high. Nice not giving him anything.
He's really got control of the Crawfordsville wrestler's arm.
Oh, yeah.
And now the Crawfordsville wrestler lets go of the arm. Now gets it back.
He's got a leg and an arm. That's the end of the period.
Could Nice, theoretically, when he had him kind of on his back there, could he just lay back on him, and if he could hold his shoulders to the mat, would that count as a pin?
It would. That's right. He would not have control, but you could still get a defensive pin if the opponent's shoulder blades are actually on the mat.
I see. I'm learning new things every match.
He starts on top. Mans does a stand up.
Whoa!
Nice brings him back down. Beautifully as always. He tries to sit out. Nice puts him back on his base.
Now this Crawfordsville wrestler has some very colorful shoes.
He does. Look like teal with yellow laces.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think our fans at home can pick that up.
Yeah. Mans gets a reversal. Looks like Nice could get control right here.
Well, it looks like if he could just roll over to his left, he'd be on top of him. With the Crawfordsville competitor squeezing hard. Nice is about to get him up in the air, it looks like.
Looks like Mans is trying to put in a crab ride. Can't get his legs through. Nice is not giving up anything. Looks like the skull cap came off. The ref stops the match momentarily.
Well, now we're going to get to watch him try to put that thing on. There it goes. And it appears as though he's going to... Nope, he's going to try to tuck it all back up under there, isn't he? Yep, there it goes. Two pretty, what appears at least evenly matched competitors in this match so far.
I think Mans is nearly ahead on points. However, Nice is still very much in this competition.
Right.
Nice does a stand-up of sorts. He's trying to get the stand up again. Mans is riding from the side.
Here comes the manager person. Gonna whack the official to tell him that it's time to stop.
That's the end of the period. Nice chooses neutral as we enter the third period. Lock up in a collar tie. Looks like Nice is going to throw. He has an over-under. He's working for the over-under. Oh. As the guy out of bounds, ref puts, as the wrestlers go back to the center.
Just neither wrestler appears to really be able to make any sort of offensive move on the other one.
Yeah. Very close match. Nice is attempting a throw again. A little too close to the edge of the match for the ref.
And they always David keeps seeming to come right back where they started, right there at the neutral face-off position in the middle of the ring or the mat, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Maybe some action. Uh-oh.
No control yet. It's 2 points. Man's looking to get a Turk. Can't get it. Nice is looking for the reversal. Mans is riding high. Neither wrestler scoring points. Not sure what the ref called. The ref, as the wrestlers start back in the center, Nice is on bottom, Mans on top. That's the end of the period.
That's the end of the match. So yeah, Nice
Yeah.
unable to come back in that one. I'm sure he's a little disappointed. Probably felt like he had some opportunities there.
Yeah. Brownsburg remains on top 15-3 against Crawfordsville.
Jonathan.
Michael Minks of Crawfordsville at 182 pounds will be wrestling Connor Ludwig of Brownsburg. It's like a referee change. Connor Ludwig, the regional champ last year in semi-state qualifier.
Yeah, that's right. They did switch refs again right in the middle, didn't they?
Yep. Ludwig gets a quick takedown. Looks like he's looking to stack his opponent. Ludwig gets another quick pin. I've been really impressed with caught Ludwig today.
Well, he could be in prime position to win that wrestler of the,
Oh, absolutely.
what's it called? Wrestler of the event or wrestler of the
day?
day?
I think so, yeah. I don't think Ludwig's wrestled more than 3 minutes the entire day.
Yeah,
He's had 3 matches.
He's really, as you said, David, really put the hurt on his opponent. Outstanding wrestler award.
Yeah, I think he's might get it. Marsh gets a quick takedown. That's Jacob Marsh. It's his senior at 195 pounds for Brownsburg, wrestling against Zach Morse, the freshman from Crawfordsville.
Well, again, if you are just tuning in, Rob Kendall along with David Houston. David doing our play-by-play of today's game, today's matches. And Brownsburg 2-0 on the day so far, wrestling their third match. Final match of pool play versus Crawfordsville. They have defeated both North and South Putnam. And currently 21-3, Bulldogs in the lead. David, back to you.
Jacob Marsh is wrestling Zach Morse of Crawfordsville. He had a quick takedown. Now he's collecting near fall. Looks like he might even get a pin if he can settle down with it. It's like Morse rolled out of it. That's the pin. Jacob Marsh of Brownsburg gets a pin over Zach Morse of Crawfordsville, putting the Bulldogs up 27-3, leading into the next match at 220 pounds, which will be against Tyler Harlan of Brownsburg and Derek Linton of Crawfordsville.
Bulldogs scoring some quick pins here in this match. I guess they did that pretty well also against Northmont. So after really having a nail biter there against Southmont, they have put it together in these last two matches.
Oh, absolutely! They've 3 wins in a row has really helped the Bulldogs out a lot. And Harlan gets the takedown with a standing double leg. Breaks down Linton. Linton working back up to his base. Harlan not allowing an inch. Tyler Harlan, who placed second in sectionals as a junior, as a senior this year, seems to be having a lot of success. Ref stops the match. It looks like Crawfordsville might have some blood on him. Tyler Harlan, who leads a wide margin on points, is wrestling Derek Linton of Crawfordsville at 220 pounds. Caution is called on Tyler Harlan of Brownsburg for an early start. Ref calls a second caution. The match begins.
The big kahunas are going at it over here at the Plainfield Fishers match.
Oh yeah, it looks like the 285-pound wrestlers there, dueling it out.
Couple of big dudes.
And that's what Brownsburg Crawfordsville. That's the next Brownsburg Crawfordsville match at 285.
And then there's the little guy for Brownsburg getting ready.
Oh yeah, yeah. Right after 285, we'll have 106-pounders wrestle Dalton Skaggs of Crawfordsville and Nick Weaver of Brownsburg.
Yeah, Weaver looks ready to go.
Yeah.
I don't think he's
I've been impressed.
around.
He's only a freshman, and he's
won
been doing pretty well.
that,
Yeah.
that Northmont match fairly easy.
And he had significant weight disadvantage. He weighed in today at about 92 pounds. And I imagine his opponent weighed in about 105, 106 pounds. Harlan gets a stand up, trying to make some room, get the escape. He's working for the over-under. Both wrestlers in a collar tie. Harlan snaps down Linton. Trying to work around, get behind, get the takedown points, and he does. Harlan does get the takedown. Harlan's working the reverse half. Linton works back up to his base. Harlan breaks him back down with the far ankle. Harlan's working the half again, right on the corner of the mat.
Yeah, he's really trying to get him over there, and
Yeah.
now it looks like they're going to be out of bounds.
Linton goes down. Harlan on top. And they begin. Harlan gets the far ankle. Breaks down easily. Looks like Harlan's trying to thread the needle. That's the end of the period. Crawfordsville chooses neutral. Crawfordsville Derek Linton is behind on points to Brownsburg's Tyler Harlan. Linton tries a shot. Harlan sprawls, gets behind, gets the takedown. Harlan gets the wedge, converts it into a chicken wing, and works an opposite side half Nelson. Can't get the half Nelson. Let's go with the wing. Linton goes back up to his base. Harlan breaks down. At this point, Harlan just needs to hang on, maintain his lead, although it is looking like he's working for the pin. Linton works himself up to his base. Harlan flips his opponent to his back. The loose half, works it in deep. This might be the match.
Boy, he's got him. You're right, David. It looks like he may run out of time. I think he is. Oh, it's going to be close.
Race against the clock. Harlan gets the near fall, but doesn't get the takedown, or doesn't get the pin. And that'll be the end of the match. Harlan wins by points, putting the Bulldogs up 30 to Crawfordsville 3. Crawfordsville, Nathan Bean will be wrestling against Brownsburg, Zach Rumschlag at 285 pounds.
Two big guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Locking horns here. One wrong move and you're done.
Oh, Bean tries to throw. Zach gets on top. Rumschlag takes control. That's 2 points takedown, Rumschlag. Bean gets back up to his base. Trying to roll Rumschlag.
Oh. Ooh.
Almost rolls Bean onto his back.
Well, he had him. He just overshot him a little bit there.
Rumschlag looking for a pin.
Oh, almost got him. Needs to roll him over. Had that hand in there.
Both wrestlers vying for hand control. Rumschlag attempts a half. Can't break down Bean in time. Looks like both wrestlers are very fatigued. Rumschlag gets Bean onto his back, collecting near fall. If you can keep him on the center of the mat, he might be able to pin here. Bean's right shoulder is barely off the mat. His time expires, and that's the end of the period. Rumschlag gets 3 points near fall. Looks like it's Brownsburg choice. Brownsburg defers. Crawfordsville chooses bottom. Rumschlag on top. Bean tries a Granby, almost. Doesn't work. Rumschlag manages to stay on top. Works in an arm bar. Bean works up to his base. Rumschlag's loose.
Both these guys are so big that it's hard to move them.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Once they get on the mat.
And that's especially a problem if, even if a very, very good wrestler at 285 pounds, if he gets put on his back and his opponent gets on top of him, it's hard to move a 285-pound man on from you.
And at the same time, it's hard for the competitor that has the advantage. Oh, almost. There again, we saw it. It's hard for the competitor that has the advantage to move the other guy because he's so big, too.
Oh, yeah. Rumschlag still riding on top. It looks like the ref calls stalling. A stalling warning on Rumschlag. He wants to see more action on the mat. Oh, Rumschlag's looking for the half. He might get this. He can stay on top here. He just needs to get around. Bean manages to get back to his stomach. And Rumschlag's looking for the half again. This might be the match.
He's got him. He's got him. Is he going to run out of time? Oh, he ran out of time.
Oh.
Boy, I thought he had him.
Second near pin that Rumschlag's had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he had him too.
He was in big trouble.
Bean starts on bottom.
You got to love this little guy Weaver for Brownsburg. Look at him over there. He's ready to go. He'd run out there against one of these big guys right now if you gave him a chance. I mean, he's ready to hurt somebody.
He's just off your screen on the right. He's doing some little skipping to warm up, Nick Weaver. Bean gets a reversal on Rumschlag. Looks like Rumschlag just needs to hold on to maintain his lead in the points. Rumschlag backs out. Bean's loose. Bean stays on top.
Well, you know, the Crawfordsville wrestler, he's really got to make a move here being behind at the points.
Oh, yeah. He's got to be looking for the pin right here.
If you are just joining us, Rob Kendall is my name. David Houston. You always let the intro guy introduce you because you're the star.
Oh.
You're the play-by-play guy. So
I guess I didn't realize that.
It's my job to set it up for you. You don't have to introduce yourself. David Houston calling the event for you today. Brownsburg on the way to their third win of... Uh-oh.
Oh, Bean turns Rumschlag onto his back. Rumschlag's fighting to get back to his stomach.
And he did.
Rumschlag did, okay.
Bulldogs on the way to their third win of the afternoon, or the day, in the Brownsburg Wrestling Invitational, and then the matches that are for all the marbles will start once this one's over.
Time dwindles down in the third period. It looks like Rumschlag is ahead on points. That's the game. It's the match. Dalton Skaggs of Crawfordsville will now go up against Nick Weaver at the 106-pound weight class, rather.
All right, this is the one I've been waiting for, my man Weaver. He's going to get out there and get it done. Look at him go. Look at him. He's like a tiger.
Much quicker pace than the last match we saw.
Yeah, they moved more in that one setting than those guys did the whole last match. Weaver locking up there.
Oh, Weaver gets tossed. It's out of bounds, though, so no points are scored.
Now, Weaver looks like he is giving up quite a bit of size and probably some weight to this opponent.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
Weaver gets thrown again. Skaggs is able to get the takedown, but doesn't manage to get any near fall. Looks like Weaver's going to back out, maybe get on top.
Come on, Weaver.
Looks like an illegal headlock was called on Skaggs. Weaver remains on bottom. Caution on green. Nick Weaver moved early. No points are scored, but a warning is given. Weaver gets an escape. Weaver and Skaggs still battling it out. Skaggs takes a shot. Isn't able to reel it in. Both men battling for control. Weaver grabs a leg, trying to reel it in. As the time dwindles down, it looks like neither will score. Skaggs picks bottom. By my count, Skaggs is up by 2 points. Weaver gets a quick breakdown.
Yeah, Weaver needs to get him on his back. And if he's going to make a comeback, he's going to have to do that.
Looks like Weaver setting up for a Pennsylvania roll. And he gets him on he's collecting near fall. Isn't able to get any points. The wrestlers got a bounce. They move back to the center.
Now the Brownsburg coach looks like he's ready to hop in there and get going.
That's a new assistant coach this year, Nick Wisejohn, who's joining Coach Snyder from Mishawaka. Weaver remains on top, looking for some back points. Rob, if Nick wants to win this, he's going to have to start getting some near fall here. Skaggs attempts to stand up. Weaver is able to maintain control. That's a freshman Nick Weaver going against the junior Dalton Skaggs of Crawfordsville. Three seconds left.
So what, one period to go?
Guessing.
Weaver is down by 2.
I'm not sure at this point. From my vantage point, I can't see the scorer's booth. It's 2-1.
2-1. So he's only down 1. He needs
Yeah.
an escape. And
That'll do it.
almost had it. Nope, almost. Can he kick that guy?
Yes.
So he could jam a foot in his chest?
Yes.
And that's legal?
Absolutely. He has to do it in like a pushing fashion. You can't kick like a karate style or something.
Right. But he could.
Yeah. And that can be pretty dangerous for the guy if you're trying to hang on to someone's leg.
Well, that's what was my
Or
thought.
donkey kicking you in the face.
He's almost gone. He's getting close. Come on, Weaver.
Will he be able to get the switch?
Nope,
Oh.
man. Boy, Weaver
runs back to the center.
Yeah.
Skaggs just kind of
Yeah,
lollygags back.
I was going to say, he appears to definitely have quite a bit of energy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Come on, Weaver.
Freshman Nick Weaver trying to prove himself. He won his first match.
Oh! Oh! Man, that was close.
He's working the switch. He's got it in
He's
deep.
almost got it!
And he has
Oh,
control.
got it!
Nick Weaver takes the lead. 3-2.
All right, Weaver. So now he's got to hang on.
Yeah.
Squeeze that guy like he's an oak tree.
Nick Weaver's hanging on. Not giving Skaggs anything. Looks like Weaver could go for the cradle.
Needs to. Oh! Oh! Oh, he got.
Oh, Weaver stays in control.
Oh, man, that was. What a match! What a match! He's running out of time.
Weaver just needs to hang on.
The Brownsburg assistant running up there with the towel.
The ref stops the match. They go back to the center. Just seconds left in the game. Weaver just needs to hang on to maintain his 3-2 lead.
So what, he's going to probably want to chop his arm here?
Yeah, likely. It's an early start.
The Brownsburg coaching staff upset about something.
Yeah, Nick Weaver, that's his second preemptive. He moved before the whistle, and since it had already happened, he'd already got a caution. It looks like Skaggs just gets the point for it.
So they're now tied.
I believe so. If I'm...
Oh! A little push in the
Skaggs
back.
pushes Weaver. So I guess Weaver was in front.
Huh.
And Nick Weaver wins by a narrow margin of 1 point, putting the Bulldogs up 36-3. That's freshman Nick Weaver against junior Dalton Skaggs of Crawfordsville.
Good match.
Good match, yeah. They
Good
hard
match all
fought
around.
the whole period. Now up is Austin Hodges of Crawfordsville against Zach Gentry of Brownsburg at the wrestling at the 113-pound weight class. Wrestlers circling each other. Zach takes a shot, gets on top. Looks like he's about to get control. He just needs to get his hips back. Looks like he's going for the pin. That's 2 points, Zach Gentry.
Oh, he's got him. He's got him. He's hooking the leg. Oh, looks like he's going to get oh,
Got
there we
Hodges
go.
on his back again.
There it is.
Double grapevine for the pin. That's 42-3 Brownsburg. That's Zach Gentry just pinned Austin Hodges of Crawfordsville. Bulldogs are really having a good match. They're having a great day.
Yeah, really turned it on after that first very close match
Oh,
against
yeah.
South
South Putnam.
South Putnam.
Yeah. Now we have Andrew Dishinger a sophomore wrestling at 120 pounds, going up against Dave Pan of Crawfordsville. Pan a sophomore and Dishinger also a sophomore. Dishinger grabs the knee. Looks like he's going to get the near side cradle if he can keep him in bounds. Yeah, he does. No takedown scored yet. Dishinger needs to get control. Looks like the ref calls 2 points. Takedown for Dishinger. He's got Crawfordsville on his back. Not able to keep him there. Dishinger gets near fall points. Pan unable to get the takedown or the stand up inbounds. The wrestlers move back to the center of the mat. Dishinger working his arm bar. Looks like he might get Pan on his back. Time dwindles down. It's Andrew Dishinger on top. Dave Pan wrestling for Crawfordsville. In the blue, adjusting his headgear. Pan goes to his coaches to adjust his headgear. Wrestlers start neutral.
Oh! Probably should get the microphone up there so people can hear me.
Dishinger gets a knee pick. Doesn't look like he got the takedown.
So you can't throw the guy to the ground. You got to like come down on top of him.
You can. If you throw him to the ground though, you have to be on top of him to get the takedown. First.
Right. So you can't just like shove him to the ground and
then
that's it. So nobody's getting credit for a takedown at this point. Now
Dishinger got it. Yeah. Pan got a reversal on Dishinger. Dishinger's back's on the mat, but out of bounds, so Pan's not collecting any near fall. Wrestlers move back to the center of the mat.
Now, what weight did we start at this time?
I'm not sure. We must have started at 138.
So we'll have 2 matches left after this one.
I believe so. Brownsburg is up 42-3. Dishinger gets an escape. Both wrestlers are hand fighting as the period dwindles down. Pan tries a Russian, can't get it. Dishinger gets a stand up. He's looking to break away. Pan's trying to bring him back down to the mat. Maintains on stop. Pan gets a hand lock call. Dishinger looks like gets the reversal. Another hand lock call on Pan. Dishinger gets a point. However, Pan remains on top.
What's the hand lock call for all those in viewer land?
A hand lock is when a wrestler on top locks his hands when he's not in a pinning combination. You can only lock your hands when you're on top if you're trying to go for, if you're the move you're working in can result in a pin. Also called locked hands. Dishinger remaining low in his stance. As Pan circles him. Neither wrestler is able to score. Looks like Dishinger's trying to get behind. Pan takes a shot. Dishinger sprawls. Neither wrestler comes away with anything. Dishinger comes away with a victory on points, bringing Brownsburg's total score up to 45 to Crawfordsville's 3. Next up is Brownsburg's Austin Arnold at 126 pounds, wrestling against Carson Lewis, the freshman from Crawfordsville. Arnold comes out quick. They lock up at a collar tie. Arnold's trying knee and ankle picks to no avail. Arnold tries a double leg takedown of sorts. Unable to get a takedown. As he did so off the mat. We'll start again at the center. Arnold gets the takedown. It's 2-0, Brownsburg. Arnold's looking for the half. Looks like he might get it.
Well, for those of you just tuning in, Rob Kendall is my name. David Houston is our play-by-play announcer.
And that's a pin for Austin Arnold at 126 pounds. Putting the Bulldogs up to 51 to Crawfordsville 3.
And you just heard the score there, 51-3 now. Bulldogs ahead of Crawfordsville in what will be their third win of the day, and 2 more to go to capture the tournament championship. One more match remaining in this Crawfordsville-Brownsburg contest.
Looks like we'll have Ethan McCormick of Crawfordsville going up against Savon Canto of Brownsburg at the 138-pound weight class. I asked Savon what his goals were for today this morning, and he replied, "I'm just ready to be the best." He jokingly remarked.
Well, that's even better than being good. The one guy just wanted to be good.
Savon gets the takedown.
Now, what we're going to do here, for those of you out in viewer land, after this event stops, we're going to stop our stream for a few moments, allow us to save the file from the morning session so that when we post the archive, we're not posting a 8-hour file.
Okay.
So we'll have an afternoon file as well. So it'll be about a 5-minute delay where the stream will cut off, and then it will resume itself as we set everything up to where we need to be. And it looks like we're going to do that here in just a second.
Savon's got the near side cradle.
Oh, let him go.
Unable to get it. It's 3 points Brownsburg, 1 point escape Crawfordsville. Both wrestlers vying for control. McCormick almost runs off the mat. A save on Canto. Almost attempts a football tackle almost. Neither wrestler scores any points. That's the end of the first period. Against Ethan McCormick, a junior at 138 pounds, wrestling for Crawfordsville, going up against Savon Canto, the sophomore, wrestling for Brownsburg.
Now, he decided to face this way. I don't remember them doing that thus far. Who decides that?
I think they've been facing this way the whole meet, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe the ref has been switching directions. Usually they should be only facing one direction.
Yeah, well, it seems like they've been going the other way most of the time.
Oh, really?
Uh-oh.
Oh, Canto gets taken down by McCormick.
That's not
Looks
good.
like he has a front headlock on Canto. Near fall is being counted out.
He's got to stick his leg in the mat, though, and lean him over. Looks like he's not going to be able to do that.
Yeah. Canto's trying to roll. He's able to get back to his feet. That's 1 point escape. McCormick grabs a quick single leg. I'm not sure on the scoring, but Canto's been in control this entire match up until the last 20 seconds there.
Yeah, but he lost about 5 points there.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Canto taken back down to the mat. Canto has a single leg.
Ooh. Ouch.
And that's 2 points takedown for Canto.
And now some confusion at the scores table.
It looks like the Crawfordsville coach is arguing that his wrestler was out of bounds when the takedown occurred. Or maybe they're arguing the time, even.
I think it's points.
Points? This is a relatively high-scoring match between Crawfordsville's Ethan McCormick at 138 pounds and Savon Canto of Brownsburg. McCormick and Canto are keeping the match close. Total score, Brownsburg 51, Crawfordsville 3. So it looks like Brownsburg will come away in round 3 with their third win of the day. After this match, we'll have a short intermission about 15 minutes long, excuse me. And then we'll come back to pool wrestling. Oh, Canto gets a takedown. McCormick stands back up, taken back down to the mat by Canto. But McCormick's able to get the escape. Canto's kind of wrestling wild now. That's the end of the period. It's Crawfordsville's choice. Looks like Crawfordsville's going to choose up. Canto's down. Yeah, it looks like they are switching back and forth. And that's an early warning call. McCormick of Crawfordsville moved early. Referee gives him a warning. Looks like his hand's not in the right spot either. McCormick's having some trouble starting this match. Canto stands up, gets the escape. McCormick takes a wild shot. Canto, they're scrambling to get control. Canto remains on top, unable to get the takedown. Looks like he's going to do a standing near side cradle. Looks like he gets it.
Oh, he had him. Had him.
Yep. McCormick goes back to his stomach. McCormick gets a 1-point escape. This is a pretty high-scoring match.
It is. It's been very back and forth. Both sides having the other side in trouble.
Yep.
Both sides getting out of trouble.
Very evenly matched.
See, they really need to go to the arm bar into the snap mare, you know? If we were pro wrestling, that'd be your move right here. It's amazing how difficult it is when the other guy doesn't let you do the move.
It's even harder when your coach isn't giving you a crowbar to use.
That's true. Absolutely.
McCormick gets the takedown. Canto's trying to get back up. Looks like McCormick's trying to get the near side cradle. Canto's pushing out front. Looks like he might attempt a Gupta here. And Canto gets the 2-point reversal.
Just seems like back and forth every time.
Canto lets McCormick up. Looks like he's trying to score some points. McCormick's trying a shot.
He's just trying to run out the clock.
Yeah.
Cantu, really knowing that he's ahead on points. Obviously just conceding he's not going to be able to pin his opponent. So
he's going to have to be worried about delay of game. Canto keeps backing up. McCormick gets a takedown.
But he ran out of time. And Brownsburg hangs on.
The referee gave the points to McCormick, but the coaches of Brownsburg are protesting the call.
It was a takedown, but I think they're saying that he didn't get the...
He didn't get it in time. That's what the issue seems to be. See how this gets resolved. The coaches and ref are meeting at the score station.
Well, and regardless of how this is, we'll wait for this decision. We're going to have a stop in the action here where we'll stop our stream, reset everything, and then fire it back up for the afternoon round. So give us about 5 minutes to get that taken care of. But before we do that, we'll have the outcome of this decision right here.
However, regardless of the decision, the Brownsburg's going to come away with the win. They're up 51-3 against Crawfordsville at this point.
That's correct.
Cantu, who at the beginning of his last match threw his opponent, and his opponent was injured, was actually taken off the mat on a stretcher. Now I talked to the coaches just a moment ago, and the coaches told me that it was a shoulder injury. Thankfully, Rob and I were worried it might have been a neck or a head injury, and a shoulder injury is nothing to be thankful for, but certainly better than a neck injury.
Well, they continue to argue over the score. And I'll tell you what, if Brownsburg, if Canto ends up falling because of that last second takedown, he's going to be really disappointed.
Yeah.
But we'll see. No decision yet. Coach Jason over there working the official hard.
Just waiting the final decision regarding the victory between Savon Canto of Brownsburg and Ethan McCormick of Crawfordsville. Very close match, high-scoring match. And that's the last match of the round, actually, at 138 pounds. Looks like the refs made a decision. He's walking back to the center of the match.
And it appears it will go in the favor of the Bulldogs. So whatever it was,
yep,
Bulldogs are going to win this one.
Savon Canto pulls through with a victory on points. And Brownsburg comes away with the 54-3. Oh, excuse me, there's one more match.
Well, we weren't even paying attention.
I guess at 145 pounds. 138 pounds, rather. Paul Thomas of Brownsburg will be wrestling against Mason Pastor of Crawfordsville. Thomas gets gets the low single leg. Scrambles. Looks like he's going for the airplane. Might be able to even ring in a near side cradle at this point.
That was
And that's
quick.
a pin. Paul Thomas comes away with the early first period pin over Crawfordsville Mason Pasteur.
All right, well, the Bulldogs take it, and they're 3-0, and we're going to take a quick little pause, reset everything. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, so be sure to tune in for championship pool play. 2 more rounds to go. It's the Brownsburg Wrestling Invitational here on AudioSportsOnline.com.